Space
Oh,
elves?
that one.
Hello, everyone.
Bless you, by the way.
And welcome to Ichor in Honor. I am your host, the Herald, and here we are talking about space elves, apparently. But
They would have moon glowy hair and star-like freckles.
there is actually an old D&D lore about moon elves, actually.
Ooh.
Yeah, but that was before they did the updates and all that fun stuff. But welcome, everyone. Glad you could join us. So,
They're
as
best
you noticed,
at con because of constellations.
Yep, goodbye.
well,
I'm done.
that's the end of the session now. But no. Anyways, welcome everyone, and so glad you could join us. Here we have the Dumb Luck Club, as they so proudly call themselves.
I don't.
It's not pride anymore. It's never been pride.
I didn't even have a choice in the matter.
Yes, no, you didn't actually.
This was after. This was after she joined. So.
No, it was when.
Oh wait, no, it was before she
away.
joined. Yeah. But-
I wasn't able to make the session when it happened.
Oh, okay. But anyways, welcome. And in regards to announcements, as you notice, Diar is currently absent for this session. Do not worry. He will be back next time. He had some personal things he had to attend to. But I believe we only have one announcement as of right now, and that is that we are going to continue onward with the by pandemic on Thursday, as we are having that basically a three-way battle happening, which is going to be interesting, especially since some things happened. If you haven't seen the previous session, you should definitely check that out. But
Consequence.
yep,
That's what's happening right now.
yep, and Samuel is loving every minute of it.
Oh, yes.
Yep. So, anyways, without any further delay, let us go ahead and begin Ichor and Honor.
Okay,
All right.
What were you saying?
I don't remember what happened last time.
So,
I wasn't here for last time. So
Harold,
I don't
good
know.
thing there's
Give
a
you a
recap.
I have a gist of it.
Yo, my sewer pipe broke last time, so hold up.
Which sucks.
And with our recap, here's Harold.
so,
Harold?
Back to you, Harold.
We'll do
so
it live.
the Dumla Club had made their way to the Spire Mountains, into the mountain range, looking for the tribe that the tribes that had formed this alliance called the Kanabo Compact. It was here that it was on their way over that Mirai had told them about this tension that was emerging, and that how some of them were starting to think that it was probably best to act independently. That alone has threatened it into splitting into multiple ways. It is because of that they definitely wanted to ensure that they actually were going to be fighting on the side of the Emperor and against the faithful. From what they know from their scrying, the soldier and the duelist are currently in said mountain range. Though they're not exactly sure why as to the falconer has gone off in a different direction. It's curious, really. But trying to handle the situation that they were tasked in handling, along with the fact that they've had a few pets that actually turned out to be those who were victims of some black market business that were actually people. The party continued onward, finding themselves within the within the territory of one of the tribes, one of which that seemed to be the Ebony Claws, finding their strange practices, which included dealings with the dead in the most questionable of manners to many. But they did not but they kept a wary eye on their surroundings as they ventured further, till they finally made it to the camp of the Kanabo Compact late at night. It was at this time Morai had mentioned that it appeared that there was a meeting happening. But you could tell from your passive insights that this actually surprises her. And that is where we are picking up.
Do the Oni usually not have meetings at nights?
No, it's not that. Normally I would be informed about such things.
Gonna take a wild guess and say we have to wait till the meeting's done.
No, actually, you're gonna want to be a part of this. Especially since you all are representing those who are within the land below. She gestures to outside the mountain range.
I look towards Lydia. You gonna be good for this, hun? You've been awful quiet.
Lydia's just gonna like shade and be like, I'm sorry, what? Yes, I'm here, I am good. We're good.
Snap in her face, like, you good?
Am I even with them?
Yes, you are.
Okay, I'm lost in the sauce, bro.
It's okay. This whole time, the good news is we haven't been in combat, so we didn't have to puppet you or anything like that.
Okay.
You just been vibing here with Talus.
Yeah, you basically you've been speaking to each other in your own little language, which was the varies of flipping each other off.
Yeah. We like to call it the bird thieves can't.
It's the bird dialect.
It's the bird dialect of thieves can't.
Mm-hmm. So,
Doing different ways to flip each other off.
as you are, Ryan looks to you all and says, "Come, I'll explain to you the formalities of this on the way."
All right.
Lead the way.
And as she starts walking towards towards this large encampment, she looks to you all and says, "Now, one thing that you must understand is that they are all going to be staying in their true sizes. They're not going to be in my height."
DM,
Yes.
when we killed that Oni back there, did it shrink when it died?
No.
Oh, okay.
Oh.
Well, we are but an ant to them.
Yes, and especially an ant to me. And she is just stating, like, it's clear she's just like stating as if she's like stating the obvious, but there's a reason for this. It shows their recognition of authority. Only the leaders are going to be in their true height. No one else will be like that during this meeting. So it'll be easy to tell who is who. But also, they are allowed to, as we enter, they're going to ask me about who you are, and I have to claim who you are.
DM.
Yes.
It's gonna the mask that she got from the Oni.
Mm-hmm.
she's just gonna like slowly put it in, like away under her cloak. She's like,
Yeah, fair
any
enough.
of 'em.
Fair enough.
Just all the eyes on the cloak looking around suspiciously as she's putting it behind her back.
And not only that, but you're also going to have to do something after I introduce you all. You know, it's the equivalent of bowing for us.
Okay, which is
I know it might sound humiliating, but you must go down on your knees and face the ground.
oh. Okay.
Isn't that what they just do in the in Ifhan or what?
It's a bit
Yeah.
different.
Usually it's just the 40. It's just the full bed.
Yeah, no, this is, I guess for the equivalent, it's the, you ever had someone apologize to you gravely and you seen how they see how low they go?
Yes.
How low can you go? How low can you go?
Yeah.
She is at this point. She turns her head slightly, a little bit away from Gale.
I did not mean to.
I'm terribly
Hey,
sorry for
Delan.
his actions.
Dalen, once he kind of gets the gist of what she's describing, just goes, "Ah, yes, I'm very familiar with this."
I guess the best way to describe it is kneeling as if you're about to be executed.
What if
I'm familiar with that. Okay, yeah.
Told her if you were, well, never mind.
There are tiny ears close by.
I mean,
it's not my.
you
it's
just
not my
hear
fault I've been around so long.
you just hear from Talus. I mean, yeah, I mean, Umiko's one of them.
Youth turns around and like, and she's like, hold on, and she like does the whole cranking like a Jack in the Box thing, and then her middle finger slowly comes up. She's like, shut up. Like that's her way of saying shut up in Thieves Can't.
They just punched Talus real fast.
Okay.
Use. Do you use your metal arm or your non-metal arm?
Just my normal.
Yeah.
Or actually, wait, how close is she to me?
She's still on her Auroch, so.
Oh, then I'll use my metal arm with the air punch.
Oh, okay.
Yes, sir.
Okay. Okay.
Anything else we need to know about the proper greetings as we enter?
You do not raise your head until you are allowed. It's not uncommon for some to keep you facing down just to test your will. One time there was, I mean, the first time I met Akir, as he glances over to Miko, my father had him hold, they didn't tell him to raise his head until after an hour had passed.
Oh, jeez.
Obviously things are a little different now, but that's the sort of people you'll be dealing with. Also, and magic and weaponry are forbidden.
Daphne just slowly looks at Gale.
There are the people who guard these meetings have been trained to specifically for these meetings. They will pick up on the most subtle of hints of people using magic. Yes. Umiko.
Should I take off my arm?
I think they would make an exemption for you.
Hey.
I mean, you are you have some positive ties with my tribe. Also,
Daphne's gonna look at Lydia. Looks like we're gonna have to hand in our swords.
No one.
well, no, they're not. We're not saying that. We're not like that. But I guess you could say the way we have meetings here, it's not only a test of. It's very much a test of your mind and your spirit. No one is allowed really to make any action against anyone. Which also means that even if we have an enemy, say for example, the Iron Tusks the Iron Dragons decide to meet and join us in this meeting, we are forbidden from capturing them. Everyone who is here for the meetings are granted this immunity as long as they uphold the traditions.
Wait, sorry, anyone that shows up?
That's for the meeting.
That's for the meeting. Okay.
Mm-hmm. For the purpose of that meeting. So no weapons or magic can be used against them. You have that.
Emiko's just gonna look at Daphne and Lydia like, if that means anyone.
Thought already crossed my mind, Emiko.
Yep.
Yep.
Sit
I
on your
know.
hands. Do what you gotta.
I can still make that muzzle if need be.
Don't you dare.
Lydia is at least going to unclip her rapier and move it to her right hand side.
Mm-hmm.
Because she is a righty.
Yep.
Daphne
I know weapon
gonna do the
diplomacy.
same with her dancing short sword, and she's going to put the needle of mending on her offhand
Okay.
as well. All right.
Gale's going to adjust his long sword from the left side to the right.
Mm-hmm.
Delan is going to, since he's carrying a big spear, he turns to who carries the bag of holding? Is it Umiko?
Umiko's the pack mule.
Emiko has the party bag. Everyone basically has their own individual bags of holding.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, so Delan's gonna turn to Umiko and with holding his spear. What to do with this?
I mean, sure. Just, I'm not gonna give it back if you don't ask.
She does.
Fair enough. Fair enough. He just he
Spray in
pulls
the
it out
back.
of the.
All right.
Oh, no speaking out of turns. Bow until we are told to stand up. No use of magic and/or weaponry. She says, looking at a few certain members of the party, they know who they are.
Oh, I should mention they would not hesitate to kill you on the spot. They will not give any warnings.
Oh,
Not
that's cute.
Amazing.
All right.
Umiko knows how it works here.
We'll follow her lead then.
Basically referring to what you know about actions speak louder than words, so.
Oh, hell yeah.
So, as you approach, you find that the tents themselves, they definitely are much larger than your average tent. In fact, for some of you, it actually resembles that of a single-story house.
Dang.
And as you are, as you are walking through, you do find that there's a few. That there's a few of the Oni standing upright in a guarding position. You see each of them carrying these metal, these wooden clubs with metal studs all around them. You also see some are each one having their equivalent of a short sword at their side, which really for you guys was probably like a two-handed sword, a great sword, or even a claymore. You also see that one of which actually has a symbol that resembles that of that's in the shape of a tusk but painted in red, while the other you see painted in green of what appears to be a head of a lion, a worm, W-Y-R-M, like the dragon,
Okay.
and a ram. And as this happens, you see Mordai begins to change in size in front of you all to her true height.
All I want to do is see you turn into a giant woman.
Thank you.
Standing at about 9'11" to 10 feet tall.
Big women.
You know what they say? The bigger the woman, the bigger the boots. Boots. Yeah, boots.
This is all
That's my
a
bad.
character. This is all a character. I feel
She walks up to him, and you see that, and they just seem to just nod in respect to her as they let her pass by, and you hear her speak something in Giant. And
Diar speaks giant.
Diar does speak Giant, unfortunately. Yeah. But as she speaks to them, they glance down at you all. And these Oni are actually are still taller than Mordai, standing more at close to 12 feet tall. This look, and then
so small.
and they just continue and they watch you as you continue as you walk past both of them. But they don't seem to stop you. They just seem to look at you in acknowledgement, but then just look outward.
Daphne's just gonna follow Umako's. How Umako does it, because Umako knows when they're supposed to bow.
Mm-hmm.
From what I understand, it's not until they address us, even.
It's not until the camp.
Yeah.
Like, not until they actually do the,
Yeah.
Introduction?
Yeah, introduction.
Should we... Okay, add a character. Should we be using our pins now, or is that like a no?
No
Before we
magic.
enter the thing.
No magic.
Fine. Since I don't think they're gonna speak common.
Oh, poor you. Oh.
Mirai just looks at, look over to you as you're wondering about this, and she says, something like
This was out
that.
of character.
Okay,
Set out of character, because...
fair enough. So, as you are, you start walking, and you just start to realize how small you guys really are, finding yourselves in this sort of, in essentially a camp among giants. You just see that they're just walking by, some of them doing their work. It's weird to think that like you see, for example, this one tent that seems to be set up as like a smithing. You see that the fire that's raging would be something like that would be the equivalent for you all as if a house was fully engulfed in flames. And moreover, as you see some of them eating their meals, you just see that these pots that are hanging above the campfire, they're big. They are the bowls themselves, you could say, as they're eating from, is like, you know those big bowls that you use for like the giant serving bowls that you use for bread.
Yeah.
That's basically the bowls are eating their soup from.
Oh, lovely.
Is this Umiko? I now am understanding how you feel next to all of us.
Yo, imagine what I feel like now.
You probably feel like an ant.
Up to their knees. You could
Basically,
fit in their in boots. Like you could.
I
hide
can just
in
be
their
their pocket. I can just be a pocket friend. Just pull me out.
pocket monk.
Takes you out of pocket.
Pocket.
Pocket monk.
Pokemon, got him.
Pocket co. Like Umiko.
Pocket go.
Pocket co.
Pokemon, gotta train them all.
All right.
I'm just trying to work something here. Give me just 1 second. Just trying to fix.
Roll the D100 to decide their fate.
Nah, just making sure my camera is trying to be bright because apparently it's being rather dark this time around. Huh. Okay. Anyways.
Gotta love daylight savings time.
Yeah, I'll do some editing to fix that. But
We'll edit that out.
we'll edit my camera. That's what we'll do.
We'll edit it in.
We'll add a filter. It's fine.
Yeah.
So
but she continues walking before. Once you see that they're going towards one of the larger tents. This one is the biggest tent which you conclude probably might be the center, as you're seeing it's basically the equivalent of a two-story house. Like a long tent that's the size of 2 stories. And as you are approaching, you do see that there are more guards outside the tent. Though this time you do see some that you recognize as wearing the same outfit as the one that you have been ambushed by. You see that their outfits are completely black. You see that they have these metallic like claws that just, for some, it would probably be like similar to that of a long knife by your size equivalents, but to them it's just like a simple small daggers that are ebbed on their claws. The others you see some that are, you see another one, you see some of them more of the ones that are wearing like red armor, green armor. You also see one that is wearing much more, for lack of better terms, elegant clothing. But it's seeming to be that of a pearl white color. But you also see them holding some staves. Like holding what appears to be like a staff that has some sort of strange sort of symbols you have never seen before. They almost give a bit of a clerical-like appearance. It's at this point, Murai shrinks down to your guys' level. So, any questions before we go inside?
Will they be speaking in giant, or will they be speaking in common?
They're probably going to stick to their tongue unless they're addressing you.
Will you be providing translation for us?
I'll do the best I can. Though, these can be rather lively meetings.
We do have pins that allow us to here they are considered a magical item, however. Would that be allowed or no?
I'm sure they would not pay too much mind to that. I'll just have to let them know.
Okay. So that way you won't have to be multitasking and we can try and follow along.
And you won't have to worry about dying.
Yes, that too.
Your camera is very. It's like light, dark, light, dark, light, dark.
Yeah, I don't know why it did that. I think someone was messing with the lights in the background, so.
It's trying to have a
ray.
ray.
If you're near a window, if you had clouds covering the sun or anything.
No, it's dark here. I'm not sure why.
Have a rave, that's all.
No, not that's not that music.
Boots and cats and boots and cats.
I need rave lights.
So.
I mean, we're doing rave lights?
Yeah, they're messing with the lights on the chandelier in the background, so that's why.
Oh, okay.
That explains the lighting situation. Anyways.
Alright. So we can do that at least before we end turn. It will last about an hour.
Oh, that'll be plenty of time.
Oh, okay. I thought Mariah was gonna ask for permission first and tell us when we can use
Well,
it.
I assume whatever is best, really.
She nods, and then, well, let us go right ahead. And as she approaches, this time you notice that she's actually staying in her human-sized form. As she approaches.
When she said go ahead, did she mean activate the pin?
Add a character?
Add a character. Was that? Go
No,
ahead.
no, it's not. She actually is going to the guards, and I was about to say, she'll speak to them explaining about this whole situation. And they look, and then you see suddenly appearing one of the... They really gotta stop messing with the lights. It's crazy. It's driving me crazy over here. Okay,
So
I'll be
you found
right
out it's
back.
actually just Decky?
I'll be right back. If it's Decky,
Decky in the hallway.
It's probably Decky. I'm guessing it's Decky. Yeah, it's got to be Decky. For those who don't know, Decky is youth.
Suspiciously quiet.
She is suspicious.
I know. But anyways, as you see, this an individual that appears is, unlike the others, is wearing multiple different colored insignias. You see the ones that you had recognized before, but you also see one that's in the shape of a dragon. And you also see that, and that one of them is like a whitish horn. But the colors they're wearing are not exactly like, you don't see one that's dominant over the other. It's like they're wearing like these wrappings that seem to be a mixture of armor, but also the clerical sort of garb. But you also see their weaponry is a bit unique. They just look, as they're speaking in Giant, as Mariah's speaking in Giant to this one, looks down at you, turns back and speaks to her once more in Giant, before just disappears. And just like suddenly vanishes from sight.
Daphne on habit's gonna look behind them.
Don't see him behind you.
Don't mean nothing.
For you, Umiko, you kinda know. Actually, can you give me a history check with advantage real quick?
History.
With advantage.
Advantage history.
Oh man, is it gonna help though?
We'll see.
Okay. So, let me pull this up real quick.
Better than average.
You would say maybe one number better than average.
Still better.
It's two numbers better than average.
An 11?
It was an 11
You
and
know,
a 9.
you know that these are that they're known as you've heard them before, but you never actually seen one yourself until now. But they are known as the Summit Wardens. From what you remember, these are the ones that are, like, from what you conclude, are the ones who guard these sort of meetings.
They're the Dementors.
They're the Dementors.
But that's all you know.
Okay.
Anything else, you're not entirely certain about them. Well, you got permission? So,
Alright.
I suggest you activate them now before you go in.
Daphne's gonna reach under her blouse and 2 taps, reboot style, and activate the pin. Reboot!
Gale's going to reach into his pockets and activate his as well.
Okay.
Realized if Black Wolf was still alive, he would have had to reach into his underwear.
I forgot about that.
Yup. Lydia will activate hers off the collar of her gambeson.
Okay.
Just under the robe. Up.
Mm-hmm.
Delan doesn't have one.
Delan
Oh, no.
doesn't. I'm not sure if Youth is still here, but she decides to activate it.
I am. Yes.
Okay.
Sorry.
Were you the one
was
playing with the
sugar-
chandelier, or was that Mom?
No, I was not.
Okay.
Wait,
I
no,
was-
could we borrow Diar's since Diar doesn't need it?
I don't
No,
think
wait,
Diar
Diar
ever
didn't
got
have-
one.
Deer does not have
right,
one.
I
Lydia
wanted
never
to
got
look at it,
Lydia's.
and the Falconer.
Okay. Yeah, she'll use hers.
Okay.
So.
So, as you all enter, give me a second. As
Music
you-
change.
Yep, music change. All right. As you enter, you find there are multiple Oni that are around, that almost are seeming to be in that of a circle. A majority of them are actually in the height as you all are. But you see, give me a second, pulling that up. You see that there is,
Oh, sorry.
you see that there are four of which remain to be in their normal size. One of which you see very much, yeah, you definitely see a little bit of the resemblance from Murai in this one, as you see that unlike the others, he's not wearing anything on top. It's just, for him, he is just bare-chested, clearly that in shape, and having his blade just resting on, as if he's treating it almost like a cane. You could just feel the air of intensity and very subtle ferocity about this one. Umiko, you know this Oni. From it, you could tell easily, not only from the way he carries himself, but the wild shagginess of his hair. This is Murai's father, Hideo.
How do you spell that?
Hideo.
Hideo?
Yeah.
Okay.
Did you know someone?
And you just see that while he has covered himself modestly, you do see that on part of the tunic, the lower half of the tunic, that there is the symbol of, which you conclude to be that of the Scarlet Tusks. You also see one that's a little bit more on the unsettling side, that the garb he wears, you don't exactly see his face. You just see just a mask, the hood, and the horns that just protrude from. That gives that besides his height is the only thing that gives you a sense that this one is an Oni. He's just standing there, just looking, rather quietly, just. From his posture, you just see that from his seat, leaning on one side, and just from the direction on his mask, probably guess he's looking towards Hideo. But other than that, you just see just a dark garb. You just see that, unlike the other ones who have those like weapons of the claws, you see something hanging just below his wrist. Who has a passive perception of 17 and higher?
I think I do.
Okay.
Wait, let me check that quickly.
Mm-hmm.
I'm at a 15 just short.
24.
Ooh.
I'm pretty sure it was a 20 on mine. Let me check.
No worries, take your time. I gotta pull some stuff up on my end as well.
Oh, excuse me. My passive perception is only a 16. Darn it.
Mine's a 21. Yes.
Okay, you would see this too. So give me a second. Okay. You see from you see just dangling, almost like, at first it almost looked like some sort of bracelet, but as you take a closer look, you realize that it's actually kind of with his gauntlet. You see what appears to be that of a larger version of a kunai, but you see what appears to be a chain dangling from it. I can tell I have some Mortal Kombat fans here.
Yes. Get over here.
Hashem.
The other that you see, unlike the other two, this one appears to be that of a female. You see, unlike the other, she seems to have this rather... You see that she does have this sense of authority about her, but you see that her, the way she carries herself is, it resembles a little bit more to what you remember from seeing in Ivhan. In regards to how, like, in fact, it kind of reminds you a little bit of the Za. As she just sits there in her jade green armor. The face, her face seems to be young, beautiful, and but you also see that her, despite this seeming to, compared to the others, this calm and proper appearance, you know that the fact that she is of her own size, her normal size, that there's more to her than meets the eye.
Girl boss.
And you see that upon the armor on the center is that of that worm, the ram, and the lion.
Quick question, DM.
Yes.
Does the ram symbol resemble something we've seen before?
Not quite. It's not like the raging ram, if that's what you're thinking.
Okay, that's okay. Just making sure.
Theirs is facing. Theirs was facing more directly, like as if towards the person. This one is actually the side profile. The other you see, dressed is one that's actually out of the others, is dressed in rather elegant robes. This is the other female. You see that she's also carrying a staff, but it's only resting at her side as she's just sitting there watching. A very calm and contemplative look. Though, unlike the others that have 2 horns, you see that she only has 1 that protrudes from her forehead. She's just looking at each and every one of you, but after you realize is that she is actually wearing that of what could be similar to that of a kimono, but it seems more priestly in nature, and you see that it does have the single horn as well on the design.
Unicorn Oni.
Unicorn Oni. It's an Oni-corn!
Unicorn, thank you.
Y'all.
This is how we deal with stressful situations.
Apparently.
Puns and wiggles.
Blankets.
And blankets.
As you enter, the Hideo says, "You must pause for a moment," and then slowly looks over to Murai. "I present to you and the representatives of Ivhan, who's here on behalf of Yora from the monastery." And you just see all, like, not only you feel the presence of the room face towards you, but you definitely feel like this daunting gaze as those 4 are looking directly at you.
In the bow.
I'm like,
Yeah.
I'm going
Yep,
to
going
the point
to-
where we kneel.
Yeah.
Do exactly what Murai said.
Delan assumes the position.
The position.
Why?
Why? Just why? But as you all take your proper postures, they seem to watch you for a moment. And then the one who speaks up is not Hideo, but someone else. But since you are all facing downward, you don't know who it is, but you have an idea that it might be the one that was in the darker garb. As you just hear him say, "Ah, so these are the ones that we were expecting. But I thought that this Yora herself would appear." And you just hear Murai say, "Ivhan is currently facing some difficult situations that required her attention. She trusts these people enough so to ask to have them take on this task." Well, I do recognize one of them. And this is Hideo. "It's been quite some time since we've seen you. is at this point you hear a gentle voice. You may raise your head.
Question for the DM.
Yes.
We were told okay, so we were told when we were addressed. Did it specify who we were addressed by that we put our heads?
No.
We're talking about Umiko.
Can I glance at? Yeah,
They just said raise your head, right?
Yeah, he said you may raise your head.
You may raise your head.
Yeah, so I'll only raise my head then, assuming that they mean me. I
Yeah.
hope they do.
Okay.
Don't die.
You raise your.
So specific.
Just immediate.
New character sheet.
All right, roll some stats quickly.
But yeah, she'll just only raise her head.
You raise your hand and you see that they're all still looking at each and every one of you, but you then hear the voice once more, and this time you see that it is from the one in the kimono-like garb. Considering that she thought it was appropriate for you to be here, I believe it is safe to assume that these are your companions. And yes, she is speaking common to you.
Sorry, there was a cat. I got distracted for a second. Yeah, she'll still only using her head, the dresser, she'll look towards the party and be like, yes, these are my comrades that are also here that represent Ivhan.
I believe that's a satisfactory answer. And then she looks over to him. I already know your answer, Hideo. But what of you, Saihua? Saihua. Saihua, yeah.
I'm sorry, S-A-I...
Hua. You notice her focus turns to the other female Oni in the room. I believe they will do. What about you, Gomon? Goemon. As she's yeah, Gomon is the one that she's looking towards.
Can you spell that again, DM?
Goemon.
Goeman.
Mon. My answer does not matter. There is already a majority. Very well. Raise your heads. All of you.
Is our head then?
Mm-hmm.
Yup. Just
We raise our heads.
slowly peeking up.
Yep.
Delan slowly comes up.
Mm. Now to the matter at hand. We are... The question... Do you really think that it is a wise idea for any of us to even consider this independency, Goman? If I may be so... What's the word they use? Candid? Ivhan is no longer useful to us. The treaty that we had signed many years ago means little. They barely handle their own problems. We saw that when they drew their swords against one another after they close themselves off from the rest of the world. Why should we suffer their fate? We're already facing that. The problem with that, Goman, is that you not only stick too much to the old ways, but you also don't see the benefit. You're just as blind as the darkness that you all envelop yourselves in. Now we cannot have these personal attacks against one another. This is the one who you recognize as Saihua speaking. We cannot deny the necessity for holding on to our traditions. It is a wonder that the Colossus seems to have blessed Goman. But we also cannot deny that there are benefits as well. Benefits on both ends, not only independency, but also holding on to this agreement. Now, I am curious though as to why you haven't said much, Tazu. She looks over to the one who had spoken to you first, Umiko.
Delan DM?
Yeah. Which one? I'm sorry.
How do you spell the
Tazu.
last name?
Tazu.
Okay. Thank you.
It is something that we cannot deny, that we need to hold ourselves to a level of I guess you can say self-determination. But it begs the question though, can we really survive on our own? Could we really
Not just, no.
Could we really just let this stick to what some of us are considering dead weight? Why not we find someone else to have a cooperation with? At this point, you notice like a glint, almost like a glint in Hidio's eyes as they narrow as he's focusing on Tazu. You're starting to speak some words that may be very dangerous. I ask that you elaborate for everyone's sake. It's quite simple. We do know that there is we have all acknowledged that there is one of which that has grown in power as of late. They're also the same ones that are working alongside with the Iron Dragons. There's a dead silence that follows. Before you hear a ghastly chuckle. Oh, the irony. ones who have forsaken the Colossus. Ones that I can't help but find the irony in that. Ones who have dedicated yourselves to think about joining the side of blasphemers. It's rather intriguing. Intriguing in a way that makes me sick.
Who's speaking right now?
The creepy Oni, that creepy guy that's been sitting there with the scorpion kind of chain. Gomon, yeah.
Yep. Okay. Did I match these up right?
Yep, you're matching the voices up right.
Okay.
Gomon, please. Tell me, why does the Opal Horns have such an interest in these people? Well, it is quite simple. There's multiple reasons, though, but to put it in the simplest of terms, we cannot deny that just as how a plant has sprouted forth from the ground can become that of a mighty tree. Might not be part of that tree. After all, they are the ones who have the one who made the contract with us among them. If anything, it would reinforce it, make us stronger. Start hearing mutters among the Oni that are present. Seems to be a mixture of subtle debates, but also just questioning. Before you just hear he'll say, "Enough!" You want us to ally with... You're suggesting that we ally ourselves with them, not only for the survival of our existence, but also so that we grow in power. How do we grow in power when we had been threatened with subjugation? How do we gain strength by being in chains? Chains? No. It's not chains. We're actually guaranteeing our freedom by this agreement. By allying ourselves with them. My words may be empty to you, Hideo, but how about you hear it from them yourself? And she gestures with one arm over to the other side of the tent.
No!
And you see the curtain part of the tent open up, and you see two figures enter. You recognize them. One of which, the soldier, the other, the duelist.
Thank
Motherfuckers!
God it's not Itham. Thank God it's not Itham. Thank you, Dio.
No, not thank you, Dio!
I can deal with those two right now. That's fine. Anyways.
Daphne's gonna give Gale a warning glance, like, don't do it.
Gale's just glaring at the soldier and just glaring at the soldier, but he's just keeping his cool. Not
Oh dang, the duelist still has it out for Daphne.
Yep. Pretty
Yeah.
sure in that same vein of like Daphne giving Gale a warning look, Lydia's just gonna like side-eye Diar and be like, "Don't you dare
Dalen's
sit
just
still."
Dalen's just gonna very quietly just put his hand on Gale's shoulder for a second before putting it back down. Just like, calm down, it's okay.
He's the one who killed Black Wolf.
Yeah, we're not.
I'll just give an acknowledging nod towards them and be like, hey, you're here now.
Sup?
That's part of the meeting.
We can't attack you. You
This
can't
works.
attack us. So you know.
yeah,
youth
like,
will,
sup?
chat.
Yes, youth.
Is youth cultured enough to just throw a peace sign at them?
It's like,
She
sup.
She's just
Sup.
like, sup, and like, kind of does the upward nod while raising her brows like, "Sup,
Okay.
dude."
We're all like, don't move, youth.
Dalen's just
Sup.
keeping his eyes on them both.
And you see that they also do this bow as well. Both of them. And you just hear from Tazu. These are who are known as the soldier and the duelist are servants of the one who truly rules Ivhan. They are here on his behalf. Moment of the atmosphere feels heavy as you find yourselves in the same space as both members of the faithful.
Dalen's not taking his eyes off either one of them.
Neither is Daphne.
You
Neither is
notice
Gale.
Tazu speaks in giant to them.
That's not good.
You may raise your heads.
Oh great, they can speak giant.
And as they raise their heads, you hear the soldier speak a different language. One that which you understand, of course, and you could tell that it is giant.
Soldier speaks giant. Cute.
I thank
Quick
you
clap,
for providing us this audience and this opportunity to speak before any blows come from this. You just see Hideo just you give off the subtle snarl as he looks at him. Quite bold to speak in our tongue.
You fucked up.
He says, in common, you are correct. But as he goes to remove his helmet,
Yeah.
Is he a fucking giant?
you see standing there with all these markings and scars all along his head. You even see what appears to be what once was a marking of the four-pointed star on his forehead cut across.
Fucking Inquisition.
Dion,
Yes?
does you recognize him at all? 'Cause-
Give me a history check!
Oh.
Okay. Draconian Empire.
Yeah, would I recognize him at all? From Empire times or
23.
23. Okay. You would not.
okay.
There's a reason
Nice,
why
I
youth
know.
does, however. Because as you see this person, you see you remember learning the history of your province. Because of those required studies, which you usually barely pay attention to. But you recognize this person because he was once known as a Lord Inquisitor. Lord Inquisitor Cronus. He was assigned to to Nerith Bavra. He had command over the Inquisition there, and he was the one who not only they brought the persecution to those who had followed the teachings of St. Callan, but he was the one who killed St. Callan.
Well, this is awkward.
This is awkward.
Yep.
Gale's just gonna mutter in Draconic to Daphne.
No.
You also
Youth only
Oh my
knowledge.
gosh.
one last thing. From what you understood, it was believed that he had died in the final days of the war, but there was no body to confirm it.
That seems to be a common trait with these guys.
Oh boy, I wonder why. We're only 80
Crazy.
sessions in. I'm kidding. 80 something, 70 something, I don't know. But yeah, okay. Realizing that she's just like kind of does the whole little like a puppet face meme. Looks off to the side, like, oh. Never mind, putting my peace sign down, bro.
It is because it is also my tongue as well. He seems to lean back in his seat as he's watching the two of them. But Hideo doesn't say anything else. So tell me, small one, why should I or anyone consider being part of your lot, or even be working with those who had betrayed everything we stand for?
I'm liking the creepy guy. Creepy guy can skate. Creepy guy has passed the vibe check.
They ambushed us though, so we'll see.
We'll
Something
see.
You stay.
He's addressed CB, right?
He's addressing the soldier.
Oh, okay.
He's
Oh, I'm not the small one. What the fuck?
We're not the center of attention anymore. We just vibing in the background.
Yeah.
Okay.
He's vibing, glaring at the soldier and the duelist.
Mm-hmm. The soldier now speaks in common. If I may, I'll speak in this for the sake of my companion here. But the reason why that we wish for you to be a part of this is because we do understand. We do understand the struggles in which you face. We have all lost. We felt like we've lost our purpose, lost the direction and where we are to go, for the sake of either simply survival or something that which we wish to achieve. All of us have suffered. But you now have this opportunity to bring back everything that was once lost. To not just us, but also for you all. The true Emperor desires for everything to be restored to the way it once was. But he cannot do it alone. He admits that. But this is also something that needs to be a collaborative effort. Not only for the grand scale of things, but also for our individual lives. This time the duelist speaks up. What he says is true. I myself had found myself lost in that direction as well. But it wasn't until that we made contact, that we had met him, that we fully understood the goals, the directions, and not just simply us saying this as like a master and servant, but as a cooperation. Kind of like how you all are in cooperation in this compact of yours. And this invitation is extended openly to you all. We do not wish for unnecessary bloodshed. We have already lost many things. Why lose more? Once again, silence falls before Saihua speaks up. It's interesting, really, that you say this. I've heard from the travels, from those who make dealings, that you have been quite active in some rather destructive methods yourselves. So tell me, what makes you different? What makes you different from anyone? The only reason we take such violent actions is when it's deemed necessary. We prefer to avoid it at all costs. But there had been some obstacles that had been placed, and those required to be broken through. And as you understand it, as you all understand this, that actions do hold weight. We do not take this with joy. We take this.
Daphne is remembering Kinkata and how all the soldiers were attacking the villagers, and her glare intensifies, and she's actually like gripping her hands so tightly that her knuckles are starting to turn white, and she's doing everything in her power to make it so her hair is not turning white right now.
As soon as the soldier said obstacles, if any of the party's looking at Gale, you can see veins popping out from his head because obstacle, Black Wolf.
And
The Za.
Remembering the Battle of Beaks Bend in the Za, Lydia's just like tapping her knees, just like, alright.
Dalen's got his hands, his fist clenched so hard that whoever's sitting directly next to him can actually hear his knuckles cracking just because he's clenching his fist so tight, because he's immediately thinking back to the island. And
Gale would be the one that's sitting close to Dalan.
Yeah, so
Dalan would actually hear the same thing from Gale.
Yeah.
We're all just like reminiscing like all the bad shit that happened. We're like, oh no. let me go.
Mount Kieran.
Founders Festival.
Kinkata, Za.
Yeah.
Drake Isle.
So. And it is why that we are careful. We acknowledge that this offer seems preposterous, but it is something that we want to strive for. And I will say, this is Tazu, that the Opal Horns recognize this.
Horns have not passed the vibe check.
Opal horns have failed.
For now.
True.
You see, Hideo crossed his arms before looking to Tazu. You're certain about this? That this is what you and your people desire? What we desire is the return to greatness of our people. Something that you would understand. I know. I know you would understand. It's either we stay out here, counting down the days till we're all but forgotten, no legends or oral traditions to be spoken of us, or an opportunity for our descendants to thrive, so that our children will have a future. That is why I choose. Not simply for I don't care about tradition when survivability is on the line. You tell me to worry about tradition. Do you ever look into the eyes of a child? That's who you should be focusing on.
If I may speak up to plead our case as well.
Saihua looks to you and says, "Please, indulge us."
Go.
You speak about survival and keeping everyone safe. Meanwhile, this group will tear down men, women, and children of innocent lives just to get what they want. They say that they're trying to bring back us to how things used to be, but that would also nullify all the success and growth we've made from overcoming our past. And you just want to basically erase that again. Why start over when we can still keep going forward?
Give me a persuasion check.
Come on, fingers crossed.
Persuasion.
Sorry. Okay, persuasion. My headphones literally cut out right when you said that. I was just like, persuasion? No, that was perception. Wrong button.
It's all good.
Don't look at that.
It's all good.
Okay. It's okay.
Is that the right one? Ooh.
No, that was wait. 21.
Yes!
Yeah! Holy shit! Oh my
Okay.
god! The dice giveth.
All right.
Natural 20. Yes.
Yes.
Hideo speaks up. She makes a point. What benefit is there if it just seems to be nothing but the same cycle as it has always been? We worry so much about tradition that we are going to just not look forward. Are we going to always be looking over our shoulders? Yeoman, I know that you care about those traditions. And I know Tazu does as well. But just like how we cannot forget the past, we must also acknowledge that we need to understand this for the future. The choices that we make are ones that will have an impact on the children, as you say, Tazu. I, for one, am in agreement with Hideo.
Can Umiko look over to Mirai right now?
Sure.
And she'll just kind of say to her, they're talking about what you want. You can say it.
She seems a bit conflicted at the moment. You're not exactly sure why, though. But
Nacho.
But as you are looking to her, you hear the voice of Goman speak up. There's one thing I know now. It is questionable for us to be separate from everything. But, and this time you just hear a ching as the kunai, the kunai that's attached to the chain just goes to his hand as he just looks to Tazu. You're no better than... It's almost like he's holding back a laugh. If anyone wants, you could go ahead and give me an insight check.
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir. Inside.
Insight, that's plus 11.
Nope.
22.
Oh, 5. That's a 7 for me.
24.
7.
I'm a shiny knife.
14. Okay. So, Youth, you could tell that just from that little chuckle that he is seeming to be in a little bit of disbelief.
Mm-hmm.
Though, I'm gonna send this to both Daphne and Gale.
Ooh.
Great.
Hell yeah.
Secrets and sacrets. We never get
Yeah,
a secret.
Secret snackers and snackers.
Snackrets. I want snackrets.
I just want to give Umiko a big old hug for that nat 20 now. It's like, you did it.
You did
I
it.
did the thing, guys.
I'm proud of you.
If I could pass food through the computer, I would give you a breadstick.
I
I
want a
want a
breadstick.
breadstick.
I want a
Give me
breadstick.
Give me.
This is just the time you wish you had smell-o-vision. I just want to smell the breadsticks because I'm not actually hungry.
They're pizza.
But I
They're
just
pizza.
wanna-
Hut.
And
They're
Hold
pizza
on.
Hut
Sad.
breadsticks.
That's just sad.
hold on. I'm sending it to you as well.
What are you eating?
Breadsticks?
A bottle
No,
of
I heard
Gale.
plastic sounds. 1 second. What are
Cats
you
do
guys
like to
eating?
eat plastic.
Okay,
So do I.
so
And I actually eat it.
so
Shoot.
as this happens, she just looks and says, he's pointing and says, "You're no better than Gozo and his lot."
Gozo.
Goes Gozo, I'm guessing.
Yep.
That's a new name.
I'm guessing the leader of the Iron Dragons.
Oh
Wait,
boy.
I've had that name. Oh, wait, I got that name from a scry. Never mind. Like, I have that name.
Oh, that was the one that Itham met.
Mm-hmm.
And you see Tazu just look to each of them and says, "Well, the offer is still out there. But sometime tomorrow, you can consider that the Opal Horns have withdrawn from this compact." And as this happens, she slowly stands up, gives a slight nod before exiting.
Dungeon Master, quick
Yes.
question.
Mhm.
Did I sense that the faithful were looking at us at all? Or were they just like, we're not looking at you guys?
You were not focused on them, so...
I was.
Gale?
Daphne was glaring at them the whole
Well,
time.
yeah, glaring, but they seem to be focused on talking to them.
Fine.
But they seem to... But as you see this, the soldier and the duelist give their bows and say once more, we thank you for this opportunity. And like we said, and what he has said as well, the offer is still out there. We will be here. No, we will leave with her in the morning. So if you wish to speak to us, we'd be more than happy to answer any questions you might have. And then they walk out. That is where we're going to take our break.
Oh.
Wow.
Can we
Damn.
see a picture of the unmasked duelist?
Oh,
Or
right!
a soldier.
I'll send that sometime later, okay?
Fine.
But I'm gonna go ahead and have us go BRB. So just want to say, everyone, thank you so much for hanging out with us so far. We will be right back. We're just gonna take a small break, and we'll continue on with the aftermath of that meeting. Don't go away.
Nice job.
screw over him.
If it's no
Well,
magic,
they
Daphne's-
might not say that during the battle.
Yeah.
Welcome back.
Hello.
Hello.
All right, thank you so much for your patience, everyone. We'll go ahead and continue on where we left off.
Us nearly biting all of our tongues off with how much we were biting them.
Mhm.
Right, I'm like, just seeing them leave, Lydia's just gonna like take a deep breath and she's like, all right,
Mhm.
we good.
So, the meeting
Gale
has
just
been
wasn't
adjourned,
fucking-
especially with this bit of a surprising revelation regarding the departure of the Opal Horn. That as the meeting ends, everyone departs from the tents, including the leaders. It's at this point that you all have time to do what you wish.
Motherfuckers.
Oh my god.
The fact that they're here.
Could you
Okay.
imagine if that was Itham though? Like if they didn't train spots though?
You'd be making silly faces at him.
Yes, I would. But it's better than wanting to stab someone's eyes out.
Is it though?
One's harmless. What do we do now?
What if we
can't
can
let
convince-
them join?
Hmm?
Well,
What
they're
if we
fuck-
can convince? What if we can? What if we challenge those two in a fight to see which side was stronger? Winner. Like,
How do you make that a fair fight though? It's 2 against what, 7 of us? We would have to pick honestly like champions to represent us.
Umiko, is Mirai still with us?
Yeah, Mariah's still with you all.
What was her reaction to the whole like suggestion of a duel?
She just looks at you all like, seriously. A very
Like,
Mariah.
seriously, you can challenge them type look?
Yeah, like, do you seriously think you could take them?
We've been fighting them since the first day we've been in this country.
We've already killed 3 of their members.
Oh, I
And
thought you were
the
talking
Opal-
about the leaders of the
Oh
tribes.
No.
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 Yes,
No, no,
we'll
no, no.
fight the leaders.
I mean,
Trust.
If the
Holy
Opal Dra-
shit.
if the Opal Horns
No,
do
the-
join, if the Opal Horns do join, they're gonna just end up being a casualty of our war.
the two that DM was it Tazu or was it Saiwa that is with the Opal Horns?
Tazu.
Tazu.
It is Tazu. Okay.
Tazu was also the one who was the first one to speak directly to Umiko.
Interesting. That's interesting.
The ones that Tazu brought. Those would be the ones that we'd be challenging. The ones that say that they're with the one who will bring the old ways back to Ivhan.
Not even that, all of Norum. They're gonna take over all the countries that arose from the revolution.
None of them better my spear in their fucking chest.
They're
We're
not
not-
taking my country back.
Nor
No.
mine.
2 of the members were responsible for the destruction of an entire city in the Za territory. No one survived.
Not to mention what happened to Ichor.
And one of the ones that was responsible for the destruction of the Za city was also the one who murdered Akir.
Level the whole monastery.
Look, you don't need to convince me or my father. We already, if it's anything obvious, you know where he stands on that sort of thing.
Could
I-
be
If there's one thing I
Just
will say,
venting.
one thing I will say, he may not be the most articulate, but he definitely has a strong will.
What's the name of the one I did an inside check on? Gozu?
Gohan?
Go on.
Yeah,
Creepy
Gomon.
dude?
Yeah, Gomon's the
Gomon.
creepy dude.
I will say, however, what the Opal Horn did really upset Gomon.
Yeah,
He was personally betrayed by it.
he felt betrayed. Yeah, like Daphne said, he felt betrayed, like he was personally attacked.
Are the Opal Horns and Gomon's clan close?
The Opal Horns and the Ebony Claws are... I guess you can say not only great minds think alike, but great minds make close friends.
Lydia,
there
do you
any-
still have the memory brooch?
Yeah. Yeah, you
Oh.
need it?
I
Do you want it?
What good would that do?
It's a
I
brooch
want to
of
show her
remembrance.
what she's joining.
DM, would I know if that brooch, because it was a pale hands thing, would it work for as long as you attune to it, right? It's not just like a pale hands exclusive drow thingy.
The thing is that it would just be your own perspective. So it's not like it's almost like best way to describe it, imagine like a camcorder that records from your perspective, but if someone tries looking at it, like, and they're using the camera, they can't see the past recording. So it's something that it relies on your memories, not anyone else's, for it to work.
So if I attune to it, it's going to show them my memories.
Only your
correct?
memories, yeah.
Okay, yeah, so that's what I would... Yeah, that's what I'm going off of.
Okay, I had already unattuned to it, because as soon as I knew Itham wasn't going to be here, so Lydia will remove it from her gambeson and hand it over. You just have to attune to it. And it only
You're
shows
thinking of
your memories.
convincing Todd. You want to show Tazu what she's joining?
What are you going to show her? Just the destruction? It's your memories.
She'll see what they've been doing, because from what I understand, yes, they've talked about their violent ways, but it's different than actually seeing those actions, seeing how violent they are and to what lengths they'll go to. It's different than sugarcoating it and lightly talking about it.
Yeah,
Did Tazu know Akir?
The only clan the tribe you ever had interactions with, Miko, was the Scarlet Tusks.
I wouldn't know if he had talked to other clans.
Yeah, no, you wouldn't have known. From what you know, the Scarlet Tusks were the ones that were a bit more inclined in talking to people outside of the mountain range. Hence why you and Akir were able to have interactions and learn more about their culture.
Okay. Alright, do you think showing them it would help, or even, I guess, challenging those other two would help?
Well, depends, really. Don't exactly know her that well. I've seen her in meetings, but that was it.
Does your father know her well?
As well as someone would of the same authority.
What about Gomon?
Oh.
Gomon, I want to say he and the Ebony Claws are a bit of a wild card. As you saw, he was the one who actually suggested that we go independent. So, especially with what just happened, I don't know what he's thinking right now.
Well, what should we do? We can't let the Opal Horns join the faithful. Otherwise, if they do, and we have to take down they get in our way, we won't have any other choice but to.
But then are we any better than the faithful? Because then we're just obliterating another obstacle. I doubt we can just go through and spend the night interviewing.
I think, depending on what happens between Umiko and the Opal Horn leader, depending on how she takes the sight about what they've seen, the fact that she brought them here shows she's had contact with them.
Mm-hmm.
And our scrying has shown who else the faithful has had contact with. Oh!
What?
Does the Opal Horn know that the faithful have been talking with other Oni tribes? Especially...
The Iron Dragon?
Mm-hmm.
Yes, the Iron Dragons.
The Iron Dragons.
That's the one, yeah. Iron Dragons.
Because we saw one of the members talking with the leader, and they seemed very cordial with one another. And since that leader's not here, and from what we heard, they're not exactly spoken lightly of.
So do you want to go talk to Tazu? I mean, if that's Umiko's plan anyways.
She can't... I don't think you should go alone.
Oh no, buddy system.
At least one other person.
Well, while you two are deciding, I'm going to speak to my father. I have thoughts I want to share with him.
Please let him know I will be seeing him later tonight as well.
Of course.
Gives a nod.
I'll
go with you.
And we'll have sleeping arrangements set up in the in our tribe's section of this camp.
Of course.
I'll go with Umiko. You guys keep an eye on those two.
I'll go with Umiko.
Gale, darling, I love you. You are wonderful. You are the hothead of our group. And we are dealing with a very sensitive diplomatic issue.
Considering that my brother talked to the Iron Dragons, could it be viable that I go?
That's true.
Also, I myself can't bring myself to go because if I see either the soldier or the duelist, if they say one toe out of line, I will send a fireball at them.
I mean, I know what the soldier did to Anira.
I know what he did, and we all know what he did to Black Wolf.
And I've already faced off with the duelist.
And the duelist killed Thal.
Okay, Daphne's hair just goes like completely white. Yes. Thank you.
Yes, Daphne's not going.
Delan, you're our support person right now to make sure we don't go off killing people.
Daphne says that. Delan just kind of smirks a little bit and chuckles, but he's still thinking about the island and burying his friends. So.
What about you, Youth? What are you doing right now?
I was about to say, Youth and Talus, you're being awfully quiet.
They're just, doing their dialect, over in the back.
Secret conversations.
Yeah, Talus would actually be in their signage saying to you, "What do you think about all this? This is
just flipping each other up."
Yeah, basically. And she's like, "This is like a big brain stuff going on here. This is stuff you deal with."
What if we spy on the
hold on. Talus is speaking to you.
Do you want? Okay. Let me ask you this important question. Actually, do you want the truth or do you want the comforting answer?
You remember what happened the last time you gave me comfort? You tried to give me a comforting answer.
Okay, then truth.
Yeah, you ended up hanging upside down on a lamppost.
Okay, truthful answer. I wasn't paying attention half that time.
I'm. This isn't Thieves' Cant.
This is in character. This is in character, not out of character. I was listening. Don't worry. But this is in character.
This isn't even in Thieves' Cant. This is a whole other ball game for
Yeah.
those two.
They're just flipping each other off. Oh wait, so are we like free to speak right now though? Like out loud?
Yeah, you're outside the
Yeah,
tent
okay.
and everything, yeah.
Okay, I wasn't sure about the
Okay,
situation.
it's all good.
So, Yiz actually starts speaking out loud. She's like, "Did you recognize the soldier at all?"
Who are you talking to?
Talus.
Oh.
No, I felt... Why? Does he look familiar or something?
He looks an awful like Lord Inquisitor Kronos.
Cronus. She's muttering. I'm going to first roll for her. Let's see.
Would Delan recognize his name?
Go ahead and... Actually, where... Unless you're... Are you from the Dratonian Empire?
Ever?
Okay, no, you wouldn't know then.
Okay.
Would Daphne recognize that name with her vast knowledge of things?
Considering the fact you spoke to Anira about this, you definitely... You remember... You did.
Ooh. Wait, has Daphne been told about her Anira's freakout?
Lydia didn't share that info.
You were there when it happened. Oh wait, no, you were
No,
not
it was just-
there.
it was
Oh
just
yeah,
all
that's
the way
right.
to
Yeah.
Diar.
Daphne's not aware of like. what
Oh
happened.
yeah, that's right. Yeah. Okay.
Lydia was not at liberty
Yeah.
to share
Oh, okay.
that.
Then. Oh yeah. Okay, that's right.
Okay.
So.
Nope. Anira.
So Talus is going to, we'll say, isn't he that guy who, is he the one who put that one guy to the stake? Burned him at the stake?
I'm sorry, who?
Yes, he put St. Callan at the stake, yes.
Yep.
Talus.
Yep.
Daphne's eyes go wide.
Which is why this is a bigger problem.
No
Because
one-
if it was anyone else, honestly, this wouldn't have been such a big deal. But the fact of how big of a role he plays in our history says a lot.
Yeah.
Galen, hearing the name Callan, turns to Daphne with this look of just like, holy shit.
Daphne just looks straight at him when he says holy shit. Don't tell Anira. If she finds out, she's gonna come here and no. Don't
Anira
tell her.
already knows.
What do you mean she already knows?
The soldier was at the founding festival with Anira.
Oh shit.
Yes. Oh shit is right.
Oh shit.
Oh shit, Talus and you don't know about Anira.
What?
Nope.
Who's Anira?
What? You know?
Nope.
Dalen,
Hey!
Dalen realizing that Lydia wasn't there for his conversation with Daphne, just kind of just like,
What did Kinosuke say to us before we left? We
No
have
secrets.
to tell each other what's going on. If we leave each other out of it, how are we gonna work together?
All right. TLDR. Anira.
What does TLDR mean?
Too long didn't read. Anira was originally assigned to keep Callan safe during their tour of the Empire. Anira had a thing for Callan and squared off and tried killing Kronos, and Kronos killed Callan. But she took Callan's route and was merciful and didn't kill him, and now Kronos is back, and Anira had a rematch against Kronos at the Founders Festival and lost her shit. Yeah. And so now Anira knows Kronos is here and is pissed that she didn't kill him the first time, and she wants to kill him the second time, but the first Emperor threw her across the room into a wall and, like, disappeared. And so now it's like, do I revenge kill for her?
Youth's face is just blank the entire time, just like blinking slowly.
And Talsonira's my bodyguard. That's
now,
actually.
and she looks at Daphne looks at Delan, and now you know why I said you should talk to Anira about your light friend.
Wait, what? Looking at
How many secrets is everyone holding here?
Okay, in fairness,
Last night.
okay, in fairness, this wasn't really a secret. We've just been very busy, and I just hadn't had time to really talk to anyone.
We were on. Are you kidding me? We were traveling for hours, and you're just dilly-daddling, flirting with any woman in sight, and you're telling me you didn't have time to explain this very important thing?
First of all, I'll have you know I haven't flirted with anyone except for Rodalia.
You.
Now I've said
When you talk, you flirt. They don't call it talking with you. They call it flirting.
I've made some comments in the past few days, but I've kept me handsome to them.
I don't care what you have to say, Mom.
So at this point, you just see Talus just like she just falls over, just like her, like she's just like it's like she's just her brain is just overloaded on this stuff, and she's just like laying there on the ground looking up, not caring about the coldness of the snow. Maybe it's you're probably thinking it's probably a little comforting for her right now, as she's just like trying to look like as if she's trying to connect dots.
Lynn.
Do you need help?
We'll
Just
make a
show him.
conspiracy theory board. It's fine.
Do you need
show them?
Wait, you know what?
Actually, don't show them.
Dalen reaches into his pocket and pulls out the picture that he drew Daphne. And shows it to Lydia. So as I was
He's a
saying
warlock.
earlier, there was long story short, I'm a warlock now, and the person that is essentially my patron, or my go-between between my patron, the prophet, is this fellow. And according to Daphne, he looks an awful lot like Callan.
DM, remind me, there's no actual physical depictions of Callan.
That is correct.
And Lydia never saw Callan during the tour of Empire, because Lydia was there during that time.
Correct. And Youth, you were saying?
So there's no depictions of him whatsoever, even. Okay.
From actually, can you give me a religion check for this?
Okay, got you. Religion. Get him! Get him! Get him! Get him!
Get him!
So
We're rolling too well. This is bad.
you're wrong. So when you think about that, and for you, it's not exactly entirely surprising because one of the things that you were told growing up is that Callan actually didn't like one of his that he and his those that were close to him. They thought it would be detrimental for any artistic depictions of him, instead of focusing on the one who is the deity he serves. So the only thing they have really of anything that's tied to Callan is the lavender, because as it is a symbol of peace.
That was Violet.
Oh, I'm sorry, violet. Yeah.
Yeah, Violet.
Yeah.
Isn't it violet, lavender? What's the difference?
It's purple. They're
This is-
One has an awful taste with tea, okay?
Lydia just got an idea, but I'll let you go first.
Youth
But
is
Lydia's
like,
just like,
Mm-hmm.
and when Youth sees Talus on the ground, just trying to connect the dots, Youth is just gonna walk up to her and just crouch beside her and just give like a solid just slap to the forehead with a guidance.
Okay.
Lydia is going to pull out her sending stone and say, give the stone to Anira.
Anira's not there. She went with Aina.
Fuck! Never mind. Go find Anira. Damn it, never mind.
Daphne,
With sending,
Daphne can
with-
cast sending.
Ask
Do you
and
want me
you're-
to
It is
ask
at this
your
point you hear from Asterap, Lydia.
No, I wasted my one. No.
Not sure what that's about, but I'll be sure to give this to her when she returns.
No.
Man, he really passing the phone over to his wife's girlfriend.
I'm gonna just suggest to the party real fast. Can we not use magic in the open? At least wait till we're in our tents, maybe?
I thought we were still in the tent.
No, you're not.
No, we're outside the tent. We're in the open.
It's
You
just a
just-
rock. It's just a
He
rock.
just looks at Umiko and she's like, it's not harmful. The only person who should be concerned is Talus at this point. And she still has her hand on her forehead.
Okay.
Talus could feel it slightly heating up a bit.
Talus here.
Yeah,
Do you
I'm
need-
fine. I'm good. I'm fine.
Do you need
You-
some sake?
I'm good. What's sake?
Booze.
Oh.
Strong
Right, fine.
That puts up both her hands and just like
Hold up.
that she's wanting some.
I will pull out the Emperor's sake out of my bag, like, sip. Don't chug.
Sip.
Sip.
Don't trust her with that. I'll handle it.
Back on topic though, what are we doing about the opal horns and everything else? Am I going with Indigo or who?
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
Yes, you're the most level-headed out of all of us. I'll cast Fireball. He'll
To that.
breathe lightning. Dalan will want to stab them with his spear.
What about me?
The level head balances the crown. I get it. So
Do you want to go with them?
I mean, I could.
It wouldn't
third
hurt.
Yeah, I'll.
okay.
Should
Wait,
we
I
keep
thought
it?
you were babysitting Talus with the sake.
I'll babysit.
You know, yeah. Let Mom 2.0 handle that one.
All right, Mom 2. Mom 1.
I
and Mom
prefer
2.
wine aunt, but okay.
Oh, wine aunt. Okay.
Aunt,
Okay.
aunt.
Wine.
Well, it's good to see that you are still cordial with each other after that meeting. You hear that voice.
Whom the hell is that?
It is the.
Is it the creepy dude?
I don't know. I
No,
don't
it's
know.
on the faithful.
I
It's
don't
one of
know.
the faithful.
You
That's
turn to
faithful.
see the source. You see standing about 15 feet away from you all, the duelist.
Oh,
I
mother!
don't know. I don't know who
Caleb.
understands Infernal, but Youth actually did say "whom's the hell" as she turned around.
Can I casually walk over to him?
You're
He's 15 feet away.
He's 15 feet away
Dalan.
from you guys.
Yeah, so can I
Dalan-
casually walk over to him?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I'll bow because we're still under this. Yeah, so I'll just bow and be cordial towards him.
We
Yeah.
can't do shit. We're on
Nope.
property.
Gives you a respectful nod as well. You were saying something, Dalan?
Dalan just turns to him and is just staring daggers at him, and like he has his like full body attention just like turned towards the duelist, and he knows that they're in like safe territory, but he's just ready.
So you're not exactly. So you haven't met the duelist before until now. So, brief description wise, you see that he is wearing what appears is a wide brimmed hat. You see that he has these gloves that are these leather gloves that are similar to that which you would find those who take up the art of fencing would wear. You see the boots. You see his outfit is very much. Is very much like the traditional sort of the outfit like a gentleman would wear when he's about to conduct a duel, complete with the sort of the sort of covering that goes around, like that could also conceal your arms inside with the cloak, complete with the beak, the shaped mask.
Daphne's just looking at him.
Dreams.
Dream.
Surprised you didn't remove your mask when speaking to the Oni like the soldier did. Do you not respect him?
Let's just say I know my position.
Youth just raises a brow at Gale's comment and turns to him, and he could see she still has her mask on. She's like, "Are you kidding me, dude?" Just like shaking her head at him. I guess I'm disrespectful.
Points. Gale's just gonna give the same look and mutter, "She's an enemy. You're an ally."
Debatable.
He's also an ally now. The horns. So.
I am kidding.
Since I'm right in front of him, I'll just address him again.
Mm-hmm.
I'm assuming your work here was to get as much as you can with them?
My task was purely that of diplomacy, you can say. I'm not exactly... I guess you could say I have some experience in dealing with these sort of things. I'm sure you would know. As she looks over to Daphne.
He's just stare him straight down. You were one of our greatest strategists. But then again, that was 500 years ago. Times change.
And so did the Confederacy.
As all things must. If
Wonder
things
about
stay
that.
stagnant for too long, eventually everything will die.
Then that begs a question. The choices that they made, didn't that already start the decay?
If it's merely a decay, there's still some part of it that can thrive.
That is what... That is why I am here.
Question for the DM.
Yes.
So 500 years ago, before the Confederacy gained independence, we were under Ipon's rule, correct?
You were first... Initially, you were first under Ivhan's rule. But then you were also under the Draconian Empire's rule.
Okay.
But then you had that... then this is where Night of Dreams... That's where he started up and actually was part of that revolution.
So it was part of the fight against Dratonia?
Yes.
Okay.
And of course, just a reminder that that the relationship between the Confederacy and the Draconian Empire has improved since then, obviously.
I find it interesting that you work for someone that wants to put us under oppression when you yourself fought against it.
What made you join? What did he promise you?
Well, since we are on neutral ground here, I might as well indulge that. To end the corruption in the Confederacy.
Dungeon Master, would Daphne know what the fuck he's talking about?
What corruption, bro?
It seemed this just seems strange to you that he's saying this.
Forgive my ignorance, but I'm failing to see what you mean. Corruption society, corrupt government, the underbelly. What corruption exactly are you referring to?
I see that they changed the books on you.
Daphne's glaring like full-on daggers at him, because how dare he say they changed the books on her when she wrote the fucking book?
Oh my god.
Well, you see, the form of which the government, your Confederacy, as he actually does the quotations, right, as he says this, that is not what we fought for. We fought for the abolishment of any form of monarchy. Tell me.
Do you have any?
Well, Serpent. He's the king.
Daphne, well, no, but does she know that like there was tried to be an abolishment of like a monarchy? Because to her knowledge, all the islands have a monarch.
Correct, they do.
God, I'm getting Azuria flashes. God damn it.
So they fought to not have a monarchy just to place a monarchy, is what he's trying to get at.
Mhm.
Is what that's my guess. in
So-
my
Yeah,
head.
that's what I'm getting.
You see. Actually, before I even say this, let me ask you, do you know who were the leaders of this revolution besides me?
Dungeon Master, does Daphne know?
Yes, this is this is like an improv thing for you, so.
Okay, alright, thank you. Just, you're asking the Mistress of Lore this question. You are aware of that, correct?
No position is safe from corruption.
I am aware of that. But yes, I did know the other leaders. Or at least of them.
Let me tell you something. You already know my life. I don't need to go into details about why I took part in this revolution. You already know about the oppression that we had faced. You already
Yes.
know the persecution that we faced for following the maiden. And the taxation. The tributes. It was against all these things that we had fought. We came to the conclusion that no monarchy is needed. What we need is representation. Not just by some ruling class, but by those who are part of the everyday world. Farmers,
So you
fishermen.
don't want a monarchy, but you're following a monarch to try to do this.
Dalan just
Quite
kinda-
contradictory.
Dalan turns to Umiko. I was just thinking the same thing, my dear.
The
Cooperative.
first emperor considers himself higher than a monarch. Considers himself divine.
So you're following a cult.
Of lies.
And what is... If that is what you really think it is, then you have really fallen for a cult of personality you call nobility, rulership.
Daphne's hair is like at first it had gone back to brown, but now it's gone back to pale white. I'd watch your tongue. That's not a monarch you're just speaking of. That is my best friend. The one that has helped. That family has helped me through more trauma, more heartache than anyone living.
Let's cool off a bit.
I'm not going to. You
Yeah,
shouldn't speak with people you don't know, though.
And yet you act like as if you know me.
I don't.
You act like you know of this, even when I am explaining to you what is the actual history.
And I am listening. I just ask you to not speak ill of my friends. I have not stopped you from explaining.
You see, once the revolution was successful, it was a time for us to discuss a new form of government. We had established a set of agreements for this confederacy, which included representation. The proper representation. And for a time, it worked. But then, after the first go-around of what we call elections, the same ones who I had fought alongside with, the one who I shared the suffering with, saw this as an opportunity. That constitution of ours, the ones that you are holding right now, the one that you acknowledge, the one all the islands acknowledge, was not the original form. It had been modified. And they put it to a vote immediately. They had quickly removed it, that representation, and established their own nobility, under the guise of which that they will truly represent the people. Now tell me, how someone like myself, the son of a coroner, who had suffered, lost their parents, became a military leader, having people die in their arms for a cause that they truly believed in, suddenly have them betrayed. Not just betraying me, but betraying those who died for that cause.
Delan speaks up. Oh, boo fucking who. So you set up your little democracy, and they voted against the thing that you wanted, and so now you're pissy? Sounds to me like your democracy
only what
works.
I wanted. What do I expect from a filthy pirate like yourself?
Fuck you. And
Not-
Dalen's...
Nope. Daphne's gonna put her arm out in front of him. It's not worth it.
I advise you watch your tongue I advise you watch your tongue.
How about we all watch our own tongues on both sides?
Let's just.
What she
Not-
said.
We don't need to talk anymore. She looks over. It was the duelist, right?
Correct.
Not the. She looks over at the duelist and she just gives a quick bow and says, "My apologies."
He returns the bow as well. But where I was saying, because of that, it is why I have joined them. The reason why there was no Bati, it was because he brought me forth to another realm. What you had seen under that mask is what was the cause of that. You're staying long. But it was not. It was not for in vain or foolishness, but for the sake of those who suffered. The sake of those to fight, to bring forth what they had died fighting for.
So what are you getting in return for doing all this?
Not only the abolishment of the monarchies, but in return, the restoration of a proper democracy.
And you think slaughtering innocent lives is the answer?
I do not deny
Bizarre.
that. I do not deny that my companions are a bit more on the brutish side. But unlike them, I still hold to my values.
Are you
Tell
saying
me.
you haven't slaughtered anyone?
I do not deny
Like
that
they
I've killed.
have?
I do not deny that I've killed someone, but only in an honorable duel.
There's nothing honorable about coercing someone into a battle.
And there is nothing honorable about interfering with a duel.
That only if the duel wasn't honorable to begin with.
The duel was over. He was dead.
Oh no, I interfered before that.
Oh.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Anyways.
Mm-hmm.
Yes, the Arcanist was obviously happy on the trigger, we would say.
That was an understatement.
Well, now he's dead, so...
And you, to be quite frank, you did me a favor, because I would have killed him at some point.
Of that we are in agreement with.
But... like I said, when I find innocence among those whom I've killed. Though I guess you would argue the same on your end. We like to think that... Go ahead.
Is there a specific reason you came to speak with us, Dreams?
Indeed. Think of it as me doing you a favor.
Mm.
If you wish. For you and those whom you care about. Not be caught in the crossfire. Don't get involved. Then he slowly turns to look at you, Lydia. You and I both have a lot on the line.
And I'm already in too deep.
Daphne's gonna slowly walk up to the duelist. One of your members has been poisoning my best friend for the past 2 years. Another impersonated and had one stolen away in the little dimension for 3. Another assassinated for trying to save my name. And then 2 of your members, one of whom is here, killed our comrade and tore out his heart. And she's gonna stop when she's like 2 feet away from him. My honor won't let that stand.
That is truly understandable. Let me ask.
And what?
What do you know about the one whom used to walk among you? How much do you know of what he really was?
Oh, he was a bastard. He was loud, impulsive, never thought things through. The whole reason he wasn't with us was because he didn't think things through. However, he did things for what he believed was best. He was going to the Zada to try to warn them, to try to evacuate cities. He was doing everything in his power to make this world a better place than what it was when he left. And you killed him. Your little group.
Do you know why we needed to?
Hell if I know. And I don't care.
Him being a fragment, if that's what I remember, being in your base.
Daphne's slowly gonna glare at Gale. Muzzle!
So, that is part of the truth. There's also more to him than just being a fragment. You see, you know that we need the relics. That much is obvious. But we also needed the blood of the one who is the result of that magic. You see, when the true Emperor was sealed away, not only was there are multiple not only multiple artifacts or relics, whatever you want to call them. He had also thought another effective way would be to use the remnant of that power to seal it away somewhere. Or should I say someone?
Black Wolf was a result.
Black Wolf's ancestors were a result.
That is why it was needed. For him to be fully complete, he needs that.
You know
Oof.
we won't sit idly by and let you do what you want.
Here's the thing. Whether you realize it or not, some of you are already in that seat.
Explain.
Very well. But it'll cost you.
What?
That you would not speak to the opal horns.
You need them that bad?
Dylan turns to Lydia. Whatever he's offering, it's not worth it.
To one, it's seen as trash. To the other, it's his treasure. I'm sure you would know a lot about that, wouldn't you, pirate?
I'll have your tongue if you call me that again. And he turns to Lydia. If he's needing us to stay silent when it comes to the opal horns, then it's more valuable to him that we stay silent.
Umiko, thoughts?
Can I insight him to see if he's just bluffing?
Sure, go ahead and give me an insight check.
Because I'm also like right
Can
up,
I?
like I'm literally right in front of him.
Sure. Yes, you.
Could I also?
I'm gonna wait for Umiko to do the insight check.
Okay.
Yes, Umiko.
All right, Umiko, I'm saying you DM.
Ah, don't
Yeah!
like that.
Nice job.
Go, Umiko.
Y'all can leave and Duelist and I can just talk, and then I just won't talk to Opal Horns. Peace. No. That's the way around that one.
I mean, Daphne was just after the whole talk. Okay, so we can't talk to them, but Mirai can.
Or, you know, the people who are gonna go talk to the Opal Horns can leave.
There you go.
It's nighttime, correct, DM?
Yes, it is.
Okay.
It's time for bed.
Oh my god,
Umiko
how
does-
dark is it getting?
Umiko will
Does-
just say, which one do you prefer? Since you say one's trash, one's treasure, which one's your treasure?
He is just looking and just says, either way, I see it as more of, I'm willing to give up a piece of treasure. I am one who sticks to my honor, my code. Surely you understand there's a reason I was sent to this camp.
Why were you sent? Why were you and the soldiers sent?
Well, it's kind of obvious with the soldier.
Well, no shit.
Being a Goliath.
An ugly one at that.
Yep.
But
you know, I would assume the falconer would have maybe been a smart
let's
choice.
just say I am a much more of a rule follower.
That's not Daphne's reaction. Daphne's had like a straight face this entire time. But she's just thinking in her mind, oh shit, oh shit, oh shit. No, no, he's dead. I'm gonna have to waste diamonds on the motherfucker because Lydia will be sad.
But no, it's like I said, I'm the one who knows. I stick to code of conduct and honor. And just like how I offered this to you. There's no lies about what I offer.
Daphne, do an insight check on that.
Sure, go ahead.
We're just talking in circles at this point. Like, what's
I know.
the point? Why are you even here, dude?
Because he's being mysterious fucker.
Let's just go to bed. Thanks.
30!
Oh!
Nice.
Ooh.
Alright,
for
give
the
me a
nat
moment.
20.
Sending you something.
Secrets and sacrets.
And snackrets.
And snackrets. I don't have a snackret. I don't even have a cat writ.
No.
That my cats are gone. No Elgatos. I was one away from getting a nat 20. But I'll settle for a 30.
A dirty
I mean, you
30?
better.
A dirty 30? Like, come on.
I think I'll settle with my record of 56 on stealth. Thank you.
Right.
That is amazing.
DM,
Yes.
can I look around the area? Do I notice if the soldier is also around?
You can tell just from looking around, he is not there.
Hey, DM, can I try to get a beat on the duelist on, like, how much he knows about Itham and I?
I'm sorry, could you repeat that? You were breaking up.
Sorry, can I try to get, like, a beat on the duelist to see how much he knows or bluffing about Itham and I?
How would you like to do that?
Ooh, geez, insight, I guess? Can I just try to read him and be like, do you know what you're talking about, bro?
Mm-hmm. It's really hard to tell. I'll tell you. I'll save you the roll on that
Yeah.
one.
DM,
Yes.
with the cloak of eyes, I'm starting to wonder, do I see if there's any scrying going on the duelist?
Ooh.
Shit.
Shit.
There is
Heard
not.
that dice drop.
Okay. Do I see if there's any form of scrying happening around, or no?
You do not see. There is no descrying from what you can see with the robe of eyes.
Okay. Cool.
So is our conversation done here?
I'm just waiting for your answer.
Daphne's still waiting on Umako's answer, like what her thoughts were.
Just so, like, I remember, because we've been going in circles for, like, a minute out of character.
Yeah.
It's whether or not he's telling us who's sitting idly by. Like, I'm sorry, I'm
Yeah.
trying to remember what the
He's
original
trying
part of
to.
this conversation
He's
was.
basically saying, there's something I know that you guys don't know what's going the right now, and
Is there a chance we already know it though?
We
willing
don't know
to give
that.
us-
you don't know that.
He's willing to give us information in trade for us to not talk to the Opal Horns.
Mm-hmm.
So it's up to us to decide if us not talking to the Opal Horns is worth the information that he's gonna give us.
Okay.
What's to say that if something were to happen to said offer, what's stopping either side from doing something about it? If we were to take up your offer and go to the Opal Horns either way, or if you were to actually not follow up with your honorary standards and just blatantly lie to us.
She has a point.
He wouldn't.
Where's the guarantee?
Tell me, how would you wish to wish for me to, or should I say, both of us to guarantee that this will be upheld honorably? I'm open to suggestions.
Okay.
I
don't know if this will work. If this will work the way that I'm thinking it will.
Mm-hmm.
Omiko will. Oh, wait, we're outside, right?
Yeah, you're outside.
That's the thing. Are we outside, like away from the other Onis, essentially?
No, you're all in the still at the center tent. So Onis are around, just walking by. See, some of them had glanced at you as you have been sending threats to the duelist, but no one has gone as far to stop you guys.
Just words.
There were like, it's basically, if you start drawing sword or doing magic, you're gonna, yeah. That's
yeah,
when
if we do magic, then it's gonna be a problem. Correct?
Yeah.
From what you gather.
Do we just go on a walk with the duelists?
I mean, okay, I could make sure both of us are speaking our truth 100%, if you agree.
I thought you said we weren't supposed to magic here.
Look, we'd have to walk away for a second.
Hi, cat.
Well,
and if you're more comfortable, it could just be one-on-one to fully understand that.
Give me a persuasion check.
Come on, Umiko. You've been rolling so well tonight.
Well, now you just changed it. Yeah.
I'd rather for us to stay in the camp where we understand it to be neutral ground.
So then it's on your word. And it's on ours.
Then I don't think we should do it.
Bit of weight, though.
Hey, what was that, Youth? I didn't hear you.
I don't think we should do it.
We're gonna find out information one way or another.
We don't need to do an underhanded deal with the enemy.
Umiko will bow to him and put out her arm and say, I think this conversation's over. Like, put out her hand to him to shake it.
As a return, grabs hold of your hand as well.
Holding his hand, she's just gonna say to him, though, pushing against something isn't gonna make it better. I would suggest that you try to work with the Master of Knowledge to try to change what's happening over there, instead of abolishing it and rebuilding from the ground up.
If there's one thing I will compliment you a lot, you have confidence. Confidence that which reminds me of the old days.
And
let's go of
bigger.
And let's go of your hand.
You have pride bigger than your own competence.
I believe we have a conversation to be had with the Opal Horns.
And I believe I must use this information I have now. And then he turns and walks away.
Daphne's
Okay.
gonna look at Gale. So just for future reference, when I say I don't know something, when it's obvious I already know it, it's because I don't want them to know I know it.
We play dumb for a reason.
Remember, I was the one who was captured. I was the one who found out the information when they were stealing my blood.
Yes, but did you find out that information when you were captured, or was it after?
Captured.
Either way, it happened. We need to move on. And I believe conversations need to be had before bedtime.
I need to write a letter to Zareth and Leviathan.
Umiko?
The question, Umiko, are you still watching the duelist as he leaves?
Yeah, I haven't taken my eyes off of him.
As he's leaving, and he turns around the corner, you see that he's bringing his 2 fingers up to the side of his head as he's walking.
Excuse me, sir, we got a Karen.
Wait, did he fully disappear around the corner before he did that, or?
No, he did this at the he brought the 2 fingers up as he.
Is he saying anything?
He's wearing a mask.
He's got a mask.
You're right. Never mind.
It's the weakness of the observant feet.
They adapt and overcome. Umiko, you want to go have that conversation now or before dawn? And they're gone?
It'd be better to do it now. That way they can sleep on it.
Alright. So, Umiko, I, and Youth? Is that the plan? Mm-hmm. Alright.
So what's going on?
What if?
I believe the plan was Umiko, Lydia, and Youth are gonna go talk to the Opal Horns.
Okay.
With the Brooch of Remembrance and stuff.
Mm-hmm. Alright, and what about the rest of you?
I need a place to write. That information.
Gale is going to motion to Delan. Well, is going to go over to Delan and make sure Daphne or Lydia are not listening or observing. Whisper.
I'm not. Don't worry.
I think it might be a good idea if we keep an eye on those 2. Not do anything, but just keep an eye on them. Make sure they don't do anything to break fleet neutrality.
As a player, I'm offended. Like, excuse you?
Delan just kind of quietly says to Gale, I think you'd be better off worrying about me with that one. Delan is not in a great place right now. You can very easily, like, Gale can very easily see that Delan is like in borderline bloodlust mode, but he's keeping his shit together because he knows what's at stake. So, but Gale has recognized, Gale more than anyone can recognize the kind of like level of just trying to hold it together that Delan has right now. Delan turns to Daphne. You say you're writing a letter to your friends back home?
Well, it's not a friendly letter, unfortunately.
I just ask them to keep an eye on Adalia.
Oh, I'm gonna ask them to keep an eye on everybody at this point. But seeing as she is my friend, I will put her as one of the top names.
Make sure to put Tomara too.
Of course. So
Meanwhile,
really,
I'm gonna go spy on our friends, but I won't do anything. I'll just keep an eye.
When you say friends, do you mean our actual friends or the other 2? Because if you're going after the other 2, I'm going to nail your tail to the ground.
I'm not gonna do anything, but I don't trust those 2. As far as we can throw them.
Here's the thing. They can't do shit right now. they do something, they're going to get killed by everyone in this clan. It's the same thing. It's diplomacy. They have to. If they want them to help the Emperor, they have to show they'll abide by the rules. If they see you following him, either of them, even the Opal Tusks, and being all sketchy, that will bring bad karma, it'll make Umiko and Mirai look bad. And the monastery. We can't afford that. As much as I hate to say it, this is neutral ground. We have to play by neutral rules.
Do you remember the time that we met with the Captain's Guild and even Harik knew to stay in line? This is just like that.
I see.
I did it too, dear. Trust me, but in this case,
I still don't trust them.
I don't either. Quite frankly, that's the nicest I'll ever play with any of them. Because if we're on neutral...
I don't trust that those two won't come into our tents. Or into one of
They
our
won't.
tents.
They won't.
That's why we're going to keep watch. If anything, I'd be more worried about when we leave.
Once we leave, that's when things get dicey. As long as we're here, we might as well be protected in a nice little tiny hut.
Remember, I'm one of their targets still, too.
I know, but you'll be fine.
That's not... She's gonna lean very, very close. To the point where they're like... and facing them and like just gently cover her mouth. Let's not talk about targets right now. We don't know who might be listening.
Can you bring your... No, you can't even bring your hut up because of the magic thing. Shit.
No, and I don't need the hut. I have the Clover House. But the last time I tried casting the Clover House, Lydia looked like a zombie.
So that's why you were terrified
There was
of her
a
that
zombie.
Also,
no one
no
else
magic.
saw it.
No magic,
Yeah.
and if we're on neutral ground, there shouldn't be a reason why we need to be protected more than our own tents and our own eyes. No one.
You're not here.
I'm still in the general area. Umiko and I have not walked.
Are you
off.
just yelling this at us?
For once, if they attack us first, then we have the more high ground. And here, that actually means something.
Now, Daphne pauses, realizing that since Umiko left, they can't really go find Mirai because she doesn't know where they are. Do y'all just want to find a fire, sit around, have some hot beverages? While we wait for them to get back?
Sure.
I think I have some whiskey from the Confederacy in my bag.
You would have seen where the tents were for the Scarlet Tusk as you were walking in. So, because they each have their own respective banners and whatnot in this area.
And Mirai told us that's where we would be staying?
Yeah.
Okay, so we're going to go towards the Scarlet Tusks, find a fire, and just, like, sit around, just, like, waiting for our friend to come back. Just, like, not bring attention to us, which might be hard since we're probably the smallest ones. This is what Umiko feels like on a daily basis when she travels with us. We're tiny.
Gale's gonna
just like, I want to be a giant woman.
Yes.
Gale's just go as soon as like we all get to the fire. Gale's just going to bow his head and attempt to meditate, even though he's in a stormy mind. But I'm assuming he's gonna fail, so he'll just.
Okay.
Dalen's gonna pull out his lute and start playing.
Okay. Okay, you go ahead and give me a performance check. Youth, what are you doing?
She went with...
I was going with Umiko and...
Okay.
Yeah.
Lydia.
19.
Alright, got a nice little tune going on. So, while you're over at the fire, having a little kumbaya time, the youth, Umiko, and Lydia, what are you doing as you leave?
I'm assuming by now I've attuned to the brooch thing?
Yeah.
Or at least, yeah, okay. As we're walking away, she'll just tell them, Miko mentioned, I think he's reporting back to them right now of that whole ordeal.
It would make sense. Or at least a soldier. I don't know what he got out of it other than they were a bunch of cocky little shits, but...
That we know more than they thought, maybe.
Maybe.
And they know something that we don't.
You're not here!
Oh, I didn't know. I thought you were still through. My bad.
No.
We walking away.
I got time at the fire drinking whiskey and trying not to draw attention to ourselves.
You were saying, Youth?
I wasn't saying anything.
Oh, okay. Alright, go ahead, you two.
Any idea on what you're gonna say to the Opal Horns?
If trying the Granberry real fast, she's mainly saying that she wants to do this all for survival, right? It wasn't about tradition for them anymore.
For them, it was a. For them,
Or am I confusing people?
She basically said that she understood the importance of tradition, but she also recognizes that what we need is to tie ourselves to someone who is stronger for not only for survival, but also so we can thrive. So that's why she's
children. She mentioned like the children, right?
She didn't.
She's talking about children.
She
Like
didn't
the
mention
future
that.
generations.
The future generations and
Yeah.
whatnot.
Yeah.
Glad the moms are going cool.
Yeah. Jesus.
A god mom and an actual mom. Whoa.
I guess, yeah, just... I mean... She says she's doing this for the next generation, but have they even asked the next generation what they want?
Doesn't matter to them.
I mean,
stuff like this.
I saw you trying to prod Mirai into saying something, but she didn't. That could be a question you ask Tazu.
I want to show them Mount Karen and possibly the battle at Beak's Bend.
You can at least use Mount Kieran because baby Akir was the only survivor. And if she's doing it for future generations, they just left a future generation to survive.
If none of
without.
that works, I might try to show them the initial battle between the first emperors.
Maybe. Or if it gets to a point, it might just be smarter to cut our losses. I don't want to dig a hole too deep that we can't get out of.
I'll at least ask her though if there's anything we can say or even do to try to dissuade her. Because if she's not even if she's not even going to be willing to listen, then might as well cut our loss even sooner.
Yeah, if she's not even open for like an audience or a conversation, I wouldn't even waste our time with the brooch, maybe. Because no matter what you show her, if she is locked in her own thoughts.
Yeah. So we can get that first and then proceed from there.
Sure. I'll let you take point again. You seem to know this better than me. Go find
I guess we try to go talk to her.
Alright. And what about you, Youth? What are you doing? Taos has gone off with the others to the campfires. Because she's also taking care of those human pets, basically.
Yeah,
those human animal turned pets.
Yeah, I'm still not sure how to react to that one.
We just don't.
She kind of blocked it out of her memory. She's gaslighting herself into thinking that didn't happen. She's just kind of going with Miko and Lydia just to kind of be there in case if anything goes wrong with like wording.
Okay.
Hold one of us back.
All right. I like for you
More
all.
like to correct you grammatically.
Okay, so for you three, I'd like for you to roll me perception checks.
Perception. I'm at. Wait, is it sight related?
Yeah.
Advantage.
It's dark out. No.
It
no
is.
Advantage.
I'm losing all my
Yeah.
rolls now.
I've been rolling horrible tonight.
It did not roll it twice. Give me a second.
Mm-hmm.
Hey.
Nat 20.
Okay, so. So, as you guys are moving through, both Lydia and Umiko you're taking in just how you're going through the section where you conclude to be the Opal Horns
Everything's
tents,
too tall,
and
I can't see over it.
you're just it's really hard for you to take this all in as you're. It's not only a bit of a culture shock, but you also see that there's the variances and such compared to each of the tribes.
My ADHD is kicking in.
Yeah, basically. And youth, as you're following them and you're correcting them on particular directions, you notice something from your robe of eyes.
Oh.
As you're
My
making
third
your way
eye.
towards the tent that you see, which apparently is probably the one where the leader is staying, as you see the guards there. You see off to your right, with their backs to you as they're walking, they're about 60 feet away from you at least. You see the soldier and the duelist.
Walking away or just standing there?
Walking away. And from what you can see with the robe of eyes, because you're a natural 20, they seem to be talking to each other.
Hold on, I'm gonna check something quickly.
Okay.
Character sheet stuff.
Woo!
Why did I have to take multi-classing? There's so many features and spells. Holy crap.
The best thing about this is when you have these reactions, I can't help but just stare at the avatar you have.
Oh, I know. It's great, isn't it? Okay. So she's just gonna point it out to them. Like, she's gonna look over at them and say, the duelist and the soldier are a bit over there, and she's gonna nod her head over to where they are.
Mm-hmm.
But then she like points to the general direction of where they need to go.
Yeah.
And she says, but this is our main concern right now.
Do the duelist and the soldier have their masks off, or are they?
Oh yeah, do they have them on or off?
You can tell that they have them on. You see that the duelist has his mask on. You see that the soldier has his helmet on, but you can tell from their body language that they are talking to each other.
Okay.
Motherfucker, just take off your masks.
That'd be too easy.
Hey, Don.
Reading body language, can you tell what kind of conversation it is? Like, are they tense about this?
You're not looking, so
Could I do an insight check to see if there is anything, like any differences, like if there's
sure. Go ahead and give me an
stiff
insight check.
Stuff. Yeah. Whoa. This is what happens when you have like 1,300 eyes on you, baby. You get a 14. That's what happens.
Above average. I'll take it.
As you're watching them, you see that it seems, from what you can tell from it seems like they are definitely talking about something that is of importance to them. You can just tell from their body language, just like it's not like intense, but it's also very straight to the point.
What if I just like word of recalled over there and just talked with the MK?
I mean, the duelist came.
Yo, I saw your members talking.
The duelist came over and talked to us, so we could just be like, "Hello, gentlemen." But no, we do have to go and speak to the Opal Horns.
Hello, General Kenobi.
Hello there, General Kenobi. Okay.
I love that gif where he just accidentally cuts himself apart.
Okay, I wonder what they were talking about, but I doubt Opalhorns would tell us.
I don't know. Do you want to eavesdrop on them? Like you says in a very sarcastic manner.
Don't tempt me, but no, we haven't.
Don't
Mm-mm-mm.
fall to the stereotypes of women. And she goes on ahead
Goes on ahead to where?
to the tent or whatever it was that they need to go to.
Gotta
Okay.
stay on target.
All right. So,
Freaking blondes, am I right? I'm kidding.
see, you have two moms here, two mom friends. They're about to put you on timeout.
I recognize that I'm stupid. It's fine.
No, I'm talking about the character. It's fine.
It's a redhead. Shush. All right. Anyways, tent.
Okay, so as you approach the tent, you do see that that the guards are remaining there, and they look to you, and you can just tell from their body language that they're not exactly going to just let you in. They're just looking down at you.
Oh, are they full
they,
height?
like-
They're full height.
They're full head.
Up.
Crap, no, must speak giant.
Umiko's only up to their knees, like barely.
You know, I'm small.
I am small.
I'm small.
We're here for audience with the opal horn. I'm saying that right.
Yeah, it's the opal horn.
Yeah, we're here to try to get audience with the opal horn.
Our tribe leader is going to sleep now.
We be able to come back in the first thing in the morning.
Seems to look at you kind of with a mixture of curious and suspicious look before should be fine once she is awakened, but that's only with her permission.
Alright. DM.
Yes.
If I move to the side a bit, could I see if the soldier and the duelist are still there?
You're seeing them walk, continuing to walk. They're about 80 feet away from you now.
Okay, 80 feet. Are they like out in the open, or are they, or is there like any foliage nearby them?
You see that there is multiple tents, and you see that there's rock outcrops and everything, because this is still within the mountains. There's not really much in the way of foliage, but there is stuff that that obstructs views.
You know what? Newt's gonna tap Umiko on the shoulder and say, and like she just whispers it to her, covering her mouth, saying, "I'm gonna go check what they're. I'm gonna listen in on them, and I'm gonna try to. Is there any tent that I can like misty step behind too?
Yeah, there are a few tents there, and they are big.
So whichever one's the closest to them so far, like that I could get to, then yeah.
Okay.
I'd like to misty step there.
All right, so you misty step there.
Now. And then.
You were saying?
Yeah, and then I'd like to try to sneak my way to get closer.
Okay,
give me a listening distance.
Give me a stealth check.
All right.
What are you doing, kitty?
34.
Okay.
Ooh.
All right. Okay, so
I'd be worried if any of them had anything higher than that.
They also have a robe of eyes.
Oh!
Oh!
All right, so Let me pull this
No
up.
biting.
Just rogue things.
Hashtag rogue things. Hold on. There we go.
I think he's just camera shy.
He's a child.
As you are stealthily making your way, you stop behind one of the rock outcrops as you carefully listen in. You hear the duelist speak, saying, "Are you certain we can trust him with this job? It is not for us to question. He was assigned by himself, by that same one we serve. Remember, the Conjurer is no longer in absolute authority." Yes, I know. And he was aware of that. But considering the fact that his sister is against us, that could be a problem. Perhaps, but makes it all the more reason why, not only because of his skills, but also to keep him away from them. Well, I just hope that it does not lead to... I just hope it does not lead to his demise. I mean, he's going through that mountain pass. If there is anyone who can handle that such harsh environment, it would be him. Put your trust in the Falconer. He may be a bit of a hothead, but no one can deny his success. He did bring us the blood of that dragon. May not be what we were looking for initially, but it certainly was an added bonus. True. Though, for him to go meet, or at least try to find their god, you could even call it that, that's something different. And in the worst case scenario, if something does happen to him, Mortician has returned, so he can go there himself. Yeah, true. I'm sure this was probably it'd be a vacation for him compared to Limbo. But of course, he is also assigned a particular job. We all know how effective he is. But I must ask, how are you holding up? Well enough. Why? You seem different. After making our entrance at the festival, something about you has changed. Old memories. Old memories. I'm sure you understand that. True. No, if we were the ones who had gone to get the Sword of Champions, we probably would have been successful. Perhaps. But we'll worry about that when that time comes. Right now we were set on different priorities for now. We're already further ahead than expected, but we still must be cautious. Especially since they're in this camp, too. Yes, yes. If there's one thing I learned from just interacting with them, they're no longer that rabbit that's chasing the carrot on the string. Things change with time, just like we do. But in the meantime, should call it in for the night. Indeed. Indeed. And as they continue walking, you see for a moment Youth. There's a brief shimmer about them before they're gone.
She just looks around. She probably looks awkward, just standing behind a tent. So she's just gonna like.
Well, I said you were behind a rock outcrop, but you poke your head out, looking around.
She's just like, well, okay, I guess I'm gonna head back then, and she just starts walking back to their spot.
Okay.
Nothing to see here. Just walking by.
Don't be suspicious.
Don't be suspicious. Don't be suspicious. Don't be suspicious. Don't be suspicious.
Is Umiko and Lydia just awkwardly standing there, or did we like walk back?
I would have just told them that words. The representatives from Ivhan, Akir's daughter, and her comrades would like my brain's jumbled around.
It's alright. It's all good.
That we would like an audience in the morning.
Yeah. And they'd be certain to relay that message for you.
DM.
Yeah.
I'm just gonna ask. I just remembered something. When Youth had killed Ja-Ankh, I think it was it Ja-Ankh or someone else in the
Ja-Cru.
Ja-Cru, okay. She got the Ja pin off of him. Mm-hmm. Was there anything? I can't remember if there was anything on it. Anything, like if it did anything, kind of like the kin pin.
I don't think you identified it yet.
DM, I would, whenever I get back, I would like to use identify on it.
Okay. So you return back to Lydia and Umiko. You see Youth just like making her way over.
Did you find out anything interesting?
She looks around and she's like, maybe we should talk about that when we get back with the others.
Valid.
So
we can't have a meeting until morning, but I think you were there before you.
I was, but
all right.
I would tell the others now. I have a prior meeting with what's his name? Something with an H.
Oh.
Hideo?
Hideo?
Not Hideo?
I have a meeting with him. Yeah,
Hideo. That's what it was.
Hideo.
I have a meeting with him. I'm sure you guys can fill me in on the important bits later.
Yeah. I'm sure Youth and I can find our way back to our companions.
Yep.
Ow.
All right.
So I don't trust your sense of direction. I'm taking the lead.
Good.
You got lost in this crowd when they're bigger than us, Shorty. And then she continues.
Isn't Lydia annually the shortest member of the group besides Umiko?
Lydia's 5 foot exact, yes.
Youth is 5'4".
Wait, I thought it was 4 something. Are you changing the numbers?
No, it was always 5 foot.
Lydia's
Oh, I
always
swear it was 4'11".
No.
That
Lydia's
was
5 foot
Talus.
That was
Oh,
Talus.
okay.
Yeah, Talus is a
was.
shorty.
even. Yep.
Yeah.
So
I will follow Youth back.
okay, so we'll go ahead. We'll get to you in a moment, Umiko, but you meet Youth and Lydia. You meet up with the others who are chilling around by the campfire.
Daphne.
Okay, is Talus drunk yet?
We told her to wait.
Sip.
Told her to sip it.
And she chugged it.
It's the thing is, Youth, you do remember Talus is a lightweight.
We told her to sip it, and then she had like 3 sips, and this happened. She said, gesturing to Talus.
She's just looking up. She's just looking up at the. She's just like laying flat on the ground, looking up at the sky, and she's just like, "The sky is just a giant blanket
You know, actually,
with glitter."
I'm not too surprised by this because she can't even have a half a glass of beer before she's just out. So
I've mainly just been making sure that she hasn't rolled down the mountain.
Yo, buddy, I'm surprised you even got 3 sips in. That's a new record. You lost on 1 last time.
I'm glad my bottle's not mostly empty, though. That's a bonus for me. Or did
You think
everybody
about
else
it.
start drinking?
You think, and like she's going off on these random things, and you just hear one. She's just like, "No, if you think about it, moms are just walking ovens."
Okay, I mean, you're not wrong about that one, especially when it comes to tieflings.
And when they go swimming, they're human submarines.
And when they're pregnant, they're just baby cannons. What else? Okay.
Umiko is meeting with one of the other tribe leaders.
How did the meeting with the opal tusks?
She was going to sleep, so we made an appointment for first thing in the morning before she leaves.
Ah.
So we didn't get far.
Daphne currently writing a letter, and in the letter, she's using her cipher for it.
Mm-hmm.
And she's addressing it to Zareth, and she's basically putting down all the information that was told to her by Night of Dreams. Basically stating how we met on neutral ground, I couldn't do anything no matter how much I wanted to, but this is everything that happened, and I was told. And at the end, she's like, much as I hate to say it, I think he was being 100% truthful, even though there's no record about it. Keep an eye out on anyone within the royal family, as well as the council, especially Redalia and Delmara and Aquina, since they have been previously targeted, as well as Lady Liliana. And then she starts to put it in the pouch, but pauses. Would this count as magic?
If they don't see it, you know what? If she looks around, is there any Oni nearby?
They don't seem to really care. They're just chilling.
She looks over at Daphne. No cop, no stop. Go for it.
Right. She puts the letter addressed to Zare using a black sealing wax because that's the only one he ever uses.
Freaking goth.
Drow.
See,
Wow.
I think the first time he did it, it gave me a heart attack because I thought he was telling me someone died. So now I want to see if this happens to him now because I've always used red, but whatever.
Mhm.
And she just puts it in the pouch, send it to Sarah.
Okay,
I am assuming.
Zareth.
got it.
Youth. I am
Yes.
assuming you didn't go with Lydia or I
would
assume you did rogue shenanigans like you always do.
They
I
say
mean-
about assuming, right, Gale?
Curiosity killed the cat, buddy.
Satisfaction brought it back, though.
And that's why I'm not gonna give him that satisfaction. Stay dead.
Oh.
Okay. Everyone else.
Oh.
I love you, dude. No.
Damn.
Gale's gonna flip her off.
It's just gonna slide 2 gold. Or like, all right,
She's
all
like,
right, buddy.
she just says, "Okay, I'm not gonna sugarcoat this. Mortician's back.
Are you fucking kidding me?
Sooner or later, assumed that might have happened.
Something about DM. What was the wording he used with the god thing or whatever? What was the wording?
He basically said they're like going off to meet their god.
Who, Issam, or was it just them? Oh, okay. I got it. Never mind. Said something about like them or Issam going off to meet their god.
Itham's going off to meet his god?
I'm not sure if that's a way to just kind of say something in code or
Lydia,
follow.
DM, would that like mean anything to me? Because last time I talked to my dad, he was like, "Oh, we didn't try to force stuff on you guys."
Mm-hmm. So as far as you're aware, Itham wasn't exactly someone who was like super into it, like kind of like how you are now. Like even by your standards, like even even though you're casual about it, he's like to him that's like really dedicated to it. So doesn't really for him to be focusing on a deity. That sounds a bit off.
I mean, Azuria was mostly like Master Beast and Storm Architect.
Mostly, it was very syncretistic in a way.
Yeah.
So like Master of Beast, some fae from like the courts of Valor and Wisdom, etc.
And then there's that whole like, folk heroes and whatnot.
Yeah, that's the.
And Lidizel.
Mm-hmm.
Like we had. So even being like a casual follower, that's like heavily dedicated for like Itham. Like parents never like forced much onto us, from what I remember. But a lot of like Azuria was multitude of gods, and we even had like some like folk heroes. It was weird.
Aren't you named after a folk hero?
Yeah, Lidizel, which kind of funny story behind that, but
wow.
What if they meant Itham's going to go find the god of the Oni?
I don't know. When I talked to my dad last, I did ask him about my name because I was reading up on Lidizel, and I guess when I told them that I wanted to be named after her, I guess my mother's main concern was that I was trying to become a god or an archfey, which is wild.
I mean, I already did one of those things, but...
Oh, bravo.
Yeah, thank you. And I'm not even named after one, so I made a name for myself.
We are in the presence of the Great One.
No.
And we're just her measly followers. But
yeah, exactly. This is why I should have been party leader.
Dalan
Dalan was just strumming this whole time, and the second you hear that, you just hear like, and it's like, you see it with this shocked look on his face, like, God.
She's
damn.
obviously joking, but she says it with like a flat tone, so it's just like the driest sense of humor.
But Lidizel did have a connection to the Master Beast from
DM.
Tales.
Mhm.
While they're talking about this, she's using identify
Okay,
on the
Okay.
bin.
got it.
So I don't know what they mean by that. I don't have sending. Like, unless I send a bird to him, but I doubt I can find a bird in this snowscape.
Delan kind of has this look on his face, just like, oh, Christ. And then turns to Lydia. Do you need someone to cast sending for you?
I mean, if you want to talk to my brother for me and just ask him where the heck he's going and what he's doing. Because if he's gonna do something stupid...
Which he probably is.
I mean, it runs in our blood.
It really does.
It really does.
It really should stop.
I wish. Your husband's hair is turning white with stress.
He sets his drum down, or sets his lute down for a moment and pulls out this little drum. Holds his hand over it. What do you want me to ask him exactly? So where is he going?
Yeah, if he's searching for a god... Yes, what was the words he was saying? They were saying that he was going off to find his god?
Yeah.
Yeah.
He could be dead.
Don't, Daphne, no.
Daphne, yes, that is a theory, but we are not going to lean towards that and give her a panic attack on the spot.
Just so you're aware, Delan, that the spell for sending has to be to a creature which you are familiar. You have never met the Falconer or seen him in his prime.
Falconer was at the Falconer was
Falconer
Drake Island, right?
Oh yeah, that's right. I forgot about that.
Mhm.
He was at Drake Isle. That's right.
He's very familiar with the Falconer.
Yeah. Oh yeah. Oh yeah, that's right. But you don't know Itham is the Falconer though.
Oh right.
Ha 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 ha.
Darlings, quick thing about you have met Lydia's brother, but what I'm about to tell you, I ask that you keep a level head. You remember the Falconer?
The bastard that showed up at the Drake Isle.
Yeah,
Yep.
he's
The
my
one with the
older
birds.
brother. He's my older brother. Yeah.
That's your brother.
Yeah.
Yeah, it kind of shows from both of them.
Why do you think I'm so hellbent on the Falconer?
Why do you think both of them are crazy?
Delan.
Gee, I don't know. Our parents were
Dylan's just-
murdered by a psychopath.
Okay,
Delan sits there for a moment and then very quietly puts his drum away.
Gale's going to
Dylan,
reach
no.
into.
Let the
Gale's
bastard
going to
burn.
reach.
Fine, I won't heal you next battle. That's
He
not
can
that
heal himself.
Don't piss off the healers. I choose when you die.
That bastard was there when Michael Crew was slaughtered. As far as I'm concerned, he is as culpable as the Golden Syndicate. He can fucking burn.
In fairness, I'd like to point out the Falconer did not hire your crew. He did not set the ship on fire. That was the dragon. So if anything, you should blame Gale for that.
Because Gale summoned the dragon. But Daphne? Do you got a sending in you?
Yes, Gale.
Gale was going to reach into his bag of holding and grab the dragon orb.
Okay.
I can cast sending with it.
Keep it in your bag then.
Keep
But
it in the back. We don't know where they are.
Itham is familiar with Daphne's voice, though. Daphne has been sending sendings for me.
Yo, can we just like...
Fine. Freaking fine.
Yeah,
I
freaking
appreciate
find yourself.
Daphne's gonna wrap the wire around her finger multiple times. think about Itham and how she really. Wait. Magic. Not allowed, right?
You just hear from Dallas. Only when in the tent.
Thank you, Talus. All right. She's gonna think of Itham.
And as you say this, she's like, "Wait, didn't you say you have a boyfriend? Why are you calling her brother?"
It's kind of the
Her
it's
boyfriend's
kinda,
also my brother.
Talus is also
Different brother. Don't get it confused.
It's,
okay.
no. She found out that she has a hotter older brother, so she's kind of
No. Actually,
Talus, you are mistaken. Okay, well, I mean, he's just older than Lydia, not you, so.
Shush, everyone. Shush.
Okay.
Can Gale grab the Emperor's sake from Talus?
Sure.
Okay.
Let's just
And-
pass it around.
He's just gonna be like, "Oh, if I can't do anything, I might as well be drunk." And he's gonna take a chug of it and lie back.
Your sister is giving me the worst puppy dog eyes and wants to know where you're going because she's worried. Please tell me she won't stop.
Don't finding a god.
Something about a god. I don't know.
Oh no.
In the most aspirated, like, I really don't want to do this, but your sister is forcing me.
Mm-hmm.
Type voice, just like, help. Your sister's being a little sister.
Mm-hmm. Okay.
Bravo.
Your sister's being a little sussy. Okay.
So.
I'm gonna change teams at this point, y'all.
God. You're staying with us. It'll be awkward at the weddings.
So, as you send this message out, waiting for a response.
Mm-hmm.
You get probably the shortest message you've ever received.
Oh, the 2 words?
Nothing you should be concerned about. That is it.
He replied, but you aren't going to like the answer. He said nothing you should be concerned with.
Like hell, I'm concerned.
Well, I can't force him to reply, Lydia. Now, on to more serious matters, besides your brother being a little mysterious. Should we let Navran know that the mortician's back?
So he can go on a crusade by himself again?
Should we let your husband know the mortician's back so he's prepared in case the mortician suddenly shows up at their door?
I was a dum-dum and used the stone already today by accident.
Now, this one I will help out with. He pulls his drum back out and goes to message. Fuck was his name?
Astraf?
Asraf,
Navran?
thank you. Thank you. Asraf, thank you.
Asraf?
Bet your ass it's Astraf.
That's right. He pulls his drum out, puts his hand over it, and casts sending to Astraf. Delan, just wanted to give you a heads up. We've gotten word that the mortician is back. You might want to tell Navran. Or not.
For the you hear him say, thanks for letting me know. I'm probably not going to allow him to... Actually, I won't tell him. For now. We already have a lot going on over here. And that's the end of the message.
He says he's not going to tell him. He's probably not going to tell him right now. He said that they have a lot going on over there as it is.
Navrin won't be going on a solo crusade.
I mean, we could always sick a Sheila on him again. I know her well enough I can do sending if he decides to go on a solo crusade. I think she's the one that wears the pants in that relationship, as the saying goes.
Well, if Astraf's not telling Navrin, maybe it's not needed.
Not at this point, no. Though it is concerning that he's back, because it means if any of us die within his presence, souls get put into little currencies.
I wonder how that's gonna work, because I think my soul goes in the sword.
Maybe it's who absorbs it quicker?
And I'm just gonna chime in and just say, while this is all happening, can I have everyone go mute?
Hey.
Except for Gale. That is if Gale is currently here.
Up anything.
Yeah, I'll give that to you in a moment.
Okay, thank you. Just
Say
let
that
me know.
again. I apologize.
It's all
felt like
good.
I felt like I was burning up.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
I was just gonna say that everyone but you would go mute.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. Okay. So. Give me a second. As you lay back after taking your drink, you suddenly find yourself no longer on. Whoops, hold on. Why did it do that? I gotta switch that. Give me a moment. It went to a different one for some reason. Why? Okay. Yeah, it did it to. For some reason, it did it to starting soon. I'm not sure why I did that, but, anyways, as you find that you're no longer in the snow. But in fact, you're on what appears to be that of a carpet. And you're looking up and you just see appears to be that of a canopy of a tent.
Oh, okay. Gale's gonna get up and go into the tent.
You're already in the tent.
Oh, I'm already in the tent. Gale's
And as
gonna
you
get
see
up.
and as you get up, you see your patron, Paradox.
Oh.
So, your time has definitely been interesting. The choices you've made in regards to what you've witnessed, what you have seen, has some rather interesting results. Now I truly understand. Why you drew that card.
The blank card?
He slowly nods. Still can't see any resemblance of skin or his face, as all you see is that mask, the half black, half white outfit he's wearing. He's sitting at the table. It is because of that we even made that contract. That pact. Your face holds many questions.
against the decisions and the reason I drew that card.
I'm sorry, could you repeat that? I had a hard time hearing.
Oh, let me put my headphones in.
No worries.
What do you mean about the decisions that I made and me drawing that card? Was it destiny that I drew that card?
When one takes a look, it is absolute, but also vague. Though not all of the cards have been exactly revealed as of yet. So one of them is happening really soon. I do not see, but I do know.
Which card?
Even that is something I'm not entirely certain. What the window, and those threads of fate. Each choice that you make is one that has its own consequence. But that is not the reason why I brought you here.
May I ask what is the reason?
You remember, I had told you that I'll be wanting something in return for that strength that you've been given.
Yes.
As you're waiting there in silence, he just gestures for you to come forward.
Gale will do so.
Okay. As you do so, you then as you feel yourself, as if you're suddenly beginning to sit down, as you find yourself in a seat. Just as how there are these cards, and how there is uncertainty about them, and you have to make a choice. This is going to be one of those times.
Oh no.
I will give you this choice. You will do what needs to be done, and in return, you'll be granted even more of my strength. But you also can choose to decline, and then our pact will end, and you'll be given back your original power you had originally, but you will still hold the remnants of that strength that I had given you.
Your strength has saved me multiple times. What needs to be done?
Is that going to be your choice?
I asked for your power so I could protect my family. You gave it to me. It would be foolish for me to decline.
Slowly, he nods. Before he reaches out to you, and you see that as two. And as he reaches out, you just see one of the fingers, like with two of his fingers, one of them, the color turns white, the other one stays black, and just holds it to your forehead. Now, I'm going to DM you.
Oh?
This is something you're gonna have. This is basically what he is telling you.
Got it.
Okay. Give me a second. Pulling up some old notes here, so give me just 1 second.
Not a problem.
Okay, where is that?
Excuse me.
Okay. There you go.
Oh, dear.
He then removes the hand.
Gale just, after learning that information, he'll just give a sad look. And then just remember what happened that day.
Mm-hmm.
Does that obstacle... What would be... I know I need to do whatever's done. Can I ask why? I'll still do it. I need to know why. If I can ask.
The threads have been tangled in knots. It is for that reason the threads need to be made right again.
I agree.
Just know, if you fail this, I will pull back everything that I have given you.
Can you give me a location?
Currently, it is Ja-Z.
Once our work is finished up here, I'll head that way.
The reasons why may be revealed in time, but until then, the threads are currently tangled. And with that, you find yourself back awake, looking up at the sky, still hearing the conversations going on with your friends. And you can go ahead and add yourself a feat. Fey touched. All right.
Okay.
Now with that, we're going to go ahead and return back to the group. And we will go ahead and move on to Umiko.
Umiko!
So.
Oh boy.
Lore.
All right. So. Umiko. As you go meet with Hideo and Mordai, you see that they're both there, seeming to have finished their meals, and look to you as you enter. Mordai told me you wanted to speak about something.
She'll bow first. Yes. It's sort of on the matters of what's all been going on.
Truth be told, I did not expect her of any of us to be the first to leave.
Well, me and my group are trying to get an audience with her in the morning before she does the try to change her mind. We're just not entirely sure on what means is the best.
That's what I've been talking to Murai about. I do hope there is a way to stop this from happening. But if there's one thing I know about her, is that Tazu is very much, once she makes a decision, she holds on to it. But it's a bit of a risk, but we might have a way.
By all means, I'm all ears.
There is this one tribe that has existed for many years. In fact, there's actually been debates whether one of us are actually direct descendants of this tribe. They are known as the Thundering Mountain. They were the ones who were considered not only the strongest during their height of their power, but also, even afterwards, still the wisest. Enough so that it is said they have been honored with the position of living with the Great Colossus.
And how does that help us now?
The Thundering Mountain is still held in veneration, though we haven't heard anything from them for hundreds of years. At least one of them we know still lives among them. Bureg is the name. Bureg. It is also believed that, well, some people, I would say, suspect that he is actually the guardian or champion, depending on who you ask, of the Great Colossus. He is not only the strongest and the wisest, but in our culture, he is also the tallest, a giant among giants. With his infinite wisdom, we might be able to not only convince the Opal Horn, but also maybe even the Iron Dragons. If we can have him vouch for us. And for our side.
Well, where can we find them then?
He then points in a particular direction. In the Spiral Mountains, there is one known as that we simply call the Spine. It is they're the largest mountains, enough so that it could nearly reach the stars themselves. That is where he dwells, as far as the tales that we've been told. Though it's also believed that is where the Great Colossus resides as well. If we are to meet with him, or the Great Colossus, we might have that chance. Either one of their authority would be enough.
To be fast enough, though. I'm assuming that it's not fast enough to fix before morning, though.
It is not. You would have to travel soon, and on top of that, you would also want to take a particular passage. One that serves as both the dwelling place and as a crypt for the members of the Thundering Mountain. It is very dangerous, however. Many things lurk in the darkness there. Some, the restless spirits of those who want to continue on in this life, in this realm. Others being forced to serve as guardians or wardens of this crypt. The crypt is large enough to be, by your standards, a city. But if you go through there, that's probably the safest, ironically enough, probably the best way to get there, and maybe, just maybe, a safer route.
The only thing with that for us is we run the risk of leaving everyone else back below the mountain at risk.
If you think, well, for us, what I could do, as well as Mordai, we can try to keep this, as you call, political game going for as long as possible.
Is there a chance that there's anything we can do now to help stall that, if that is what we decide to do?
Just going there would be enough, because no one here utters the Thundering Mountain tribe or Vorreg's name lightly. Give me a history check real quick, Umiko.
Up.
Dang,
I
nat
know all
20.
the things.
You know all the things about the Oni. So, you would know that basically for that equivalent, the weight that name holds is something along the lines of similar to that of a village elder or a medicine man, even. Like someone, so just like how people respect and listen to the Kata clan and Kata talk, it is that equivalent. This is what you're kind of dealing with right now. The fact that the fact that you're probably even going to see the Great Colossus or Vorreg, whoever it might be, that's enough to make people just turn their heads. Real world comparison, it's kind of like going to meet the Pope.
Yeah, it would make them look and potentially stop what they're doing.
Yeah.
I'll talk to the rest of the group to see if we can do this. But again, there's no guarantee with the fact that we'd be leaving the rest of us, or the rest of Ivhan, at risk.
Though if you think about it, stopping any conflict between the Iron Dragons and the Opal Horn, stopping it from the Kanabo Compact falling apart and having this conflict spread amongst the people in Ivhan might just be worth the risk.
I'm afraid Uri has reached us.
Then all the more
we
reason.
were attacked before we got to the monastery on our way here.
By who?
It was the ones dressed in all black. I think Mariah told us. I don't remember off the top of my head.
He rests his chin for a moment before.
That is why we're here trying to stop it. It's already been affecting us.
I cannot do much since he's still part of the compact. But if we want not only the conflict to end, but also to ensure that we stay where we are in this alliance we have, then it would be the best. Because if not, we just might have them descend down the mountains, and not for the sake to aid you.
I'll do my best to convince the others.
Understood. Thank you. He then begins to relax as he begins to focus and be lost in thought. But as your time with them draws to a close, we'll go ahead and end our session there for tonight. We've been going for quite a bit of time.
Hey.
But, alright. So, just want to say thank you again, everyone, for hanging out with us. It's been awesome having you all here. So, we will be back next week with Ichor and Honor, and this Thursday for the Revive Pandemic. I am so tired right now. So, have a good night, everyone. Please stay safe, stay healthy, and we will see you all again next time. Good night, everyone.
Bye.
Bye.
Love your faces.